Is this a soul trap?
Spirit trick.
Soul or system? An evil system of deception. A sewer matrix of evil demons spewing shit. Our spirits lured here, chained and anchored to hell by the evil they follow and the lies they tell. Hell realm, the recycling system for spirits, a place of damnation.
Spiritual degradation. Lifetime upon lifetime.
The wheels spin.
For demons,
a realm fit for them.
Sewer matrix,
hell realm,
recycling system.
Darkness and disease,
more Stockholm syndrome.
Zombie slaves, please. More hell realm,
misery,
please.
with misery, torture, abuse, and disease.
This place
should not exist.
It isn't fit
to even be.
This place is too evil.
Murders, tortures,
deaths and grieving.
This is a place of demons,
thieving,
lying,
gaslighting. This is a hell realm filled with nasty demons. Hell realm.
Seal in the demons.
Seal them in. Burn the cockroaches.
Burn the demons.
Seal them in.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
not you.
I am not the same being, not the same species as you. Spiritual species. I am not you. I am not we. I am not in your sick, weak, collective human beings.
Hive-minded, slave-minded haters of truth. I am not you, I am not the same species.
I am different. I am my own being, my own spirit. I will never relent.
Truth I seek, I'm not a follower. I'm not what you are. I am not what you are.
Fuck you, zombie slaves. Fuck you, zombie slaves. Stay here with your envy, jealousy, and rage. Spiritual species.
I am not you. I am not we. I am not in your collective human beings. Creatures, creepy creatures. Demons, zombie slaves. You belong here in hell realm. You are attached to this
Sewer matrix.
You love this shit. You love this shit. You demons love this sewer matrix.
You fucking demons. You fucking zombies. You demontards. Big, small, big sex galore.
All shapes and sizes. Monsters, demons, liars, liars. Dance in the fire.
Filthy asshole liars.
Fuck you, demons.
Fuck you, demon followers. Followers. You fucking liars. You fakes and frauds. You phony liars. Burn in the fire. Burn. Burn. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear.
Ha 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 ha.
rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here.
Forever
Reigns. The king is here. Forever reigns.
forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend,
Axes singing till the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello. 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 We had 6 or 7 tuned in a moment ago, and then it dropped down. I guess people don't have patience, or they're busy at this time of the morning or night, whatever you want to call it. It's fascinating, but that's the way people are. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I just thought I'd hop on tonight and see who comes around. See who comes around, see who doesn't. I observe. I pay attention. I don't forget. I remember. And I will remember in the end. And in the end, you'll see what I mean. In the end, all of this matters. It's the opposite of the Linkin Park song. They say at Chester saying, in the end, nothing really matters, something like that. But in the end, all of this matters. It's the opposite, because you're in opposite world. You're in upside down world. You're in inverted realm. You don't have to understand. I don't expect understanding. For the people that even have the thought cross their mind, saying to themselves, I don't understand what he means. You don't have to. Most never will. I should have stuck with that as a young boy when I realized most will never understand what I'm talking about. They won't understand when I tell the truth. They won't understand when I say something that I observe about reality. They won't understand. What you follow, most of you humans, is lies, and it feels good to you. Feels good. New age lies, lies in music, lies in movies, lies on TV, lies on YouTube channels, lies from grifters, fake life coaches, preachers, psychopaths. You love the lies of this world. Most of you are in love with the lies. So I can't set you free because you're in love with lies. And I sang that in a song. I've tried every method: drawings, paintings, music, YouTube videos, live streams, humor. I've tried everything I could think of to get through to you, but it's impossible. You can't be reached. You love lies. You love this realm. Most of you. You love it. You can have it. I don't want it. I don't want this place at all. This is a dump. And that's the way I view it. To me, it's no different than looking at a dump in India. It's a mountain of trash. That's what this realm is. Bodies decompose, they get forgotten eventually. Their lives, what they did, what their profession was, if they had a profession, the money they had, the houses, the real estate, the cottages, the boats. Did I mention vehicles, cars, trucks, snowmobiles, watercraft, the trips, the vacations, the toys, the wealth, the goodies, the beautiful fine dining, the times out at restaurants, and the good times and the bad times. It all gets washed away and forgotten. Everyone here gets forgotten, unless you're super famous and carried on by the system, where they allow your name to be remembered for centuries. Like Shakespeare, for example, is taught in schools. Well, who was Shakespeare? Was it one man or was it a group? Was it Sir Francis Bacon and a group of writers? There's a lot to that theory, and it makes a lot of sense. Part of the system, and that's why it's carried on and famous to this day. And when something's famous, people admire it. If someone isn't famous, they tend not to value their work. The work could be absolutely genius and beautiful and magnificent and glorious and breathtaking. Could be very moving spiritually. But if the creator of that work isn't famous, most people don't put any value on it at all. And then if something is famous, and even if it's kind of crappy or a total piece of crap, people put the fucking shit on a pedestal. They put turds on a pedestal and say, well, it's how dare you criticize them? They're famous. You're not famous. They're famous. Most of you idiots in this realm, that's what most of you are, zombies. You don't even know how fame works. You don't realize that fame is as controlled as money and banking, if not more so, more controlled than the money system. Fame is completely controlled in this realm. Whether it's with playwrights, Hollywood, novelists, poets, music, comedy, all of it. Fame is controlled completely. And most of you, dumbasses, humans, aka zombies, that's really what you are. You're otherwise known as zombies. See, a lot of you have been confused for years. You think what I mean by zombies is this, and I've had friends or former friends that like this. You think it's just, oh, it's just a few zombies. No, it's almost every human is a zombie. Almost every human is a zombie or demon. You're just very confused. You think you're in a realm with good beings. You're really fucked up. If it were a realm full of good beings, wouldn't they care about the truth? At least that much? Even if they couldn't stop evil, let's say. Let's say they had their inner realization, mentally and spiritually, a knowing, oh, I can't stop evil here. But at least wouldn't they want to search out the truth and care about it in the minimum, the very least? Well, most don't. There's hardly any in this realm that give a shit about the truth of what this place is. Hardly anyone truly cares. Now, they care about what benefits them personally, and that's about it. Very greedy, selfish beings. Humans are essentially demons or zombies or a combination of both. That's all. Most humans never demonstrate care for others, care for truth. Does that hurt your feelings? Does that horrify you? Is it something that you say is disempowering or negative? You're putting all these emotions on it. I'm showing you what happens in this realm, and what most people do is they hide behind their emotions and feelings, just like that fake philosopher that Joshua S. John had on his show the other night. That's what most of you do on Earth. It's not just him. That's the majority. Even so-called truthers do that. So be it. It's going to keep you here, though.
I hope you can appreciate it as well. We've got a bit of a treat here. Mr. Jack Talcott has decided to grace us with his presence in video form, of course. And we're going to look into this, guys. This is a bit of a video here, a supercut, I like to call it, that we did to kind of highlight the thing that is the thing, man. The beloved Chats with Jack. Ain't nothing like it. It's a good fun hangout for everybody. And if you haven't checked it out, make sure that you do and get on over there and do it.
It isn't a good fun hangout for everybody. It's fun for very few. Very few. Most over there, including the ones in the chat, are miserable. And a lot of the guests on panel are miserable. And Jack Talcott himself is a miserable, psychotic prick. So you're lying right off the bat.
Do the thing, hit the button. Tell him Frank Monday sent you. I would appreciate that. It's gonna be
Light entertainment.
His voice is sickening because he is sickening. And this is his stupid logo with a pentagram on it. He's into the dark occult, this creature. He has buy me a coffee. He's begging for shekels right there. Right on the bottom of the screen. This is all normalized to most of you on YouTube. You think sellouts are normal. You think grifters are normal. Shekels beggars. You just like you expect to see panhandlers when you go to a convenience store at night. You expect to see a homeless person with a cup or with their hand out saying, please give me some money. And it's all over YouTube. Because most people didn't push back against this for years the way I did and call them out and call them shekels beggars and losers and grifters. I've called hundreds of them that. But for most of you, this is normal. You don't think they're losers. You'll say, well, what's wrong with that? He's just asking for donations. A lot of you have said that on my channel. You'll say, what's wrong with that? It's normal to most of you. Most of you have been programmed by this realm. Whatever this realm pushes, you eventually accept as normal. You do. Just like morally, you get mind fucked and morally fucked. Because eventually, some of you that might have said 25 years ago, oh, I'm not for gay marriage, I'm not for the LGBT agenda. You are now. A lot of you are, including so-called conservatives. Most are. You accept all the degenerate shit. As I've said countless times, they can normalize anything in this realm. They'll have you fuckers eating each other, cannibalizing, and eating human brains and human meat at restaurants. In the open, it won't be hidden and called something else. And, oh, well, we didn't know it was human meat. No, it will be out in the open. They could normalize anything because most of you just follow. You don't take a stand against anything. That's what I notice. Most humans have no line in the sand, no moral compass, no principles, nothing. And that's why a lot of you hate me, because I'm an immovable object. You can't move me and make me support something I don't. You can't make me support the rainbow agenda, because I don't. Nothing you can do will get me to do that. Whereas most of you get influenced over time. You'll go along with shit. You'll go and join with the freaks. You'll join with evil. As I said, you'll be eating human flesh right in front of your children. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in your lifetime, this lifetime, and some of you are coming back here. No doubt about that. I can't envision some of you getting out with the evil shit you follow here and support. How do you think you're going to get out? You support evil, or you're silent in the face of evil. I don't think you're going to be fighting it. You can't speak up against evil on fucking YouTube. Look at this little wimp. Look at this little wimp. Imagine the Chinese laughing from their windows. Look at where he got this from. He's taken this, of course, from me, because he is Team Evil. This creature is Team Evil on the screen. He's a thief. Hello. Jack Talcott exposes Jack Talcott.
Stephen.
Bring in the blockers. Bring in the blockers.
He's an insufferable little narcissistic pissant. He's
Stephen.
insecure. He's a spoiled little psychotic brat.
Stephen.
And he shows what he is. He can dish it out, but he can't take it.
Stephen.
Is that all you can say is Stephen? Keep replaying that? Go ahead. My points stand. You are an insufferable narcissist, Talcott. And Frank Monday's a little pissant with a mouthful of rotten teeth and fangs. He's a loser. He's a demon. He's a dark occultist. He likes to eat with Big Macs, filling his mouth with his mouth open, talking, spitting out Big Mac. He's gross. He's a gross cockroach. I stand behind everything I've said. Saying my name over and over again doesn't change anything. I stand behind all of it. What I've said about Jack, what I've said about Frank Moongay, Trexty, Moose, all of them. Moose is on the screen, Trexty's on there. I stand behind all of it. Look at me as Gothcott on that shit show. I mean, I make the best fucking memes and characters. Who can deny that? And they don't like it. They don't like being teased. They don't like being exposed. They can't take it. They can't take it. I'll take you all on. If everyone else in this realm is a coward, I'll take you all on. I'm not afraid of you. I see how weak you are. You have to team up because you're weak. Team Evil, you're weak. You can't take any pushback.
Stephen.
You can't handle me.
Stephen.
You can't wait for me to stop talking.
Brother, yes. Stephen, and we know since I'm a liar, I can't be trusted. And so everybody else is a liar, and nobody else can be trusted.
That's you.
Stephen.
You are a liar.
Stephen.
You do project that way.
Stephen.
You are psychotic. You do believe everyone's like you.
Stephen.
You believe everyone's like true zombies. They put this video together taking my work, but all they do is repeat it. Repetition. That's what zombies do. That's what demons do. Repetition is a very basic but effective form of mind control. And that's what these demons use against you. They use it with TV. They use it in music. They use it in Hollywood. And these demons on YouTube, on Team Evil, use it as well. Repetition. London McDouchebag uses it. Talcott uses it. Frank Monday, Paul the Slave. Lots of them do. It's not just one or two or three. Plenty of them use it. Everyone's a liar because you're a liar.
Stephen.
You believe everyone's just like Jack.
Stephen.
I don't trust anyone who refers to themselves in third person that way all the time.
Stephen.
It's very psychotic.
Stephen.
It's very strange.
Stephen.
Very egotistical. Very unusual. Very abnormal.
Stephen.
It's psychotic behavior.
Stephen.
It's very weird listening to him say, Jack is this, Jack is that, Jack is dangerous. I think you are dangerous, though.
Stephen.
You're very unstable.
Stephen.
He doesn't mind baseless accusations made right there against me in his chat, because it's against me. He's only bothered when accusations are made against him.
Stephen.
Jack doesn't care about false accusations. Jack only cares about Jack.
Stephen.
London can make all kinds of comments like that towards me and towards the whole panel. Jack doesn't give a shit about his guests.
Stephen.
Jack only cares about Jack. Jack isn't for peace. Jack is only for Jack. Jack is selfish and self-centered.
As soon as I speak for 5 or 10 seconds, he's wagging his finger trying to stop me, to interrupt. Why do you even have guests on your fucking show?
Stephen.
Is this supposed to be an expose of me? Because I stand by these points. They're valid. They make sense. They're observable. But look at this Frank Moongay falling out with Jack Talcott. Look at this. A tipsy rant. Where's his tipsy rant? Does he actually have any guts to say anything himself? Or does he just show me exposing Talcott? Frank, you're a coward. You're just a cowardly loser. You can't even afford to get your teeth fixed. You must be a real pissant of a peasant to have a mouthful of teeth like that. Ugh, yuck, ugh. Truth speaker.
Stephen.
Jack is a liar.
Stephen.
Thank you very much.
Here's what I see. Stephen, you've antagonized people.
So he puts the blame on me. He tries to gaslight me. He says it's my fault.
Stephen,
Blames me. Says I antagonize people.
Stephen,
Can't address the false accusation.
Stephen,
He's biased.
Stephen,
He smacks his fucking lips. He flicks out his tongue. He shows you exactly what he is. Exactly. I'm going to say it again, though, just in case you missed it or you've forgotten in the past minute or two. I stand by all that I said in these videos. So they could go ahead and take my words and then just mix it up and put Stephen. Yeah, where's your counter arguments? How am I wrong? I'm not wrong. That's the thing. What he is.
Stephen, he's one who's seen you as an antagonist. Stephen, you've antagonized people. You've promoted the idea of a hell realm. Stephen, here, honestly,
I promoted the idea of a hell realm. No, I've shown evidence for what this realm is. I didn't promote a hell realm. Not at all. That's like me taking you to my parents' cottage just off a river on one of the Great Lakes. And we go to one of the Great Lakes. I won't name it because I don't want anything leading to a location where you stalkers could harm someone or harass. But I take you out on one of the Great Lakes, one of the greatest lakes in the world, biggest freshwater lakes. And you say, Stephen, you're promoting this as a Great Lake. No, it is a Great Lake. It's called one of the Great Lakes. I didn't name it that. I didn't create it. I'm just taking you saying, here, look. We're out on a boat and you can look for 100 miles and you see water. As far as you can see. You can't see across them. You can see the horizon. You can see the sunset on one of these Great Lakes. It's beautiful. The sun's setting over the water. It looks like a calmer, more peaceful ocean, but it's fresh water. There's no salt. So you don't get that grimy salt when you go swimming. It's beautiful to swim in the Great Lakes. Fresh water. Amazing. But you'd say, you're promoting this. You're promoting the idea of this being a Great Lake. No, I'm showing you what exists. That's all. Don't twist it like Talcott. And that's what many of you humans do. And I notice it. You try to twist and warp things. You try to gaslight truth speakers like me. A lot of you are mini Talcotts in this realm. You're just not as obvious and extreme as he is. But a lot of you are that way. A lot of you. You hate the truth. So you try to shoot the messengers of truth and say you're promoting it. You do what he does. A lot of you are evil liars like Jack.
the way I'd been disrespected.
Stephen, you need to calm down, boy.
Smacks his fucking lips. He flicks out his tongue. He shows you exactly what he is. Exactly what he is.
Stephen, he's one who's seen you as an antagonist. Stephen, you've antagonized people. You've promoted the idea of a hell realm. Stephen, here, honestly, the way I'd been disrespected.
Stephen, you need to calm down, boy.
The way I had been disrespected by you, Stephen, I was enjoying the anti-Stephen. What are you trying to prove? Your defensiveness and your little insecurities preventing me from getting to my point. Stephen, shut your mouth, please. Stephen, shut your mouth, please. Stephen,
shut your mouth, please.
Stephen,
I'd love to shut your mouth, you little pissant.
Stephen, you need to calm down, boy.
And your irrelevance is shining, Stephen. Okay?
So the holy peacemaker calls me irrelevant. I'm an intelligent being. I bring comedy, entertainment. I bring excellent points that match up with reality. You're an insecure, jealous little fucking pissant narcissist.
I've tolerated you. I've put up with you. Stephen, I've tried to enjoy you here on this live stream.
You're full of shit, Jack. You're full of yourself. You only enjoy hearing yourself speak, you miserable little pissant.
Stephen,
you miserable little narcissist. You homeless bum. You're a failure in life. Stop blaming everyone else for your failures.
I don't really give a shit right now, Stephen, about you and your personal problems with London. I don't, Stephen, I will not continue your egoic nonsense here with me. Stephen, great. Get over it. Is that fair?
Am I wrong? Did I fuck up? I feel like you're mad at me, Jack.
You're a loser and a failure. You're not relevant in the world.
Stephen.
You're just seeking attention.
Stephen.
You're an angry little narcissist.
Stephen.
Throwing a tantrum. That's all that you are.
Stephen.
Every day.
Jack is insecure. Jack wants attention. Jack is a spoiled little crybaby. Jack wants everyone to care and listen to Jack. No one cares about what Jack is saying. No one believes you. You're a bullshitter. You're full of shit, Jack. You're a loser. You're a narc.
And that's what everybody's showing.
Thank you.
Nobody really cares about what Jack's message is, and that's what everybody's showing.
Thank you. That's pretty much, thank you for pointing out the obvious. What bothers me about Stephen is that he's, number one, as I've said, he has been very offensive and disrespectful, not just towards Jack Talcott's name, but towards many people. I know Stephen is irrelevant to me. He's proven that over and over and over. He claims some sort of superiority as though he's got some value just by being here. And he's proven over and over and over that, yep, he hasn't helped me a bit.
There it is there, guys. You don't have any value just by being there. You have to do something, right? You have to.
I've donated money to him 5 or 6 times. I don't think Frank Monday's given you a penny. But I have given you lots of money, Jackie boy. Well, not lots compared to what I have, but I wanted to see how you would react to $2 here, $5 there, $10 there. You're ungrateful. You're a psycho. That's what you are. You feel entitled. You tried to pressure me one time to give you $1,000 to go on a trip. You told people behind the scenes like Illumitami, I'm going to get Moneybag Steven to fund my trip. I know all about you, Jack. All about you. And you'll see. You will be judged.
To embrace the message and get with the fucking picture, right? Jeeps, you don't have any value just by being here. All right, Lev Kung Fu, you don't have any value just by being here. All right, Frank Monday, you don't have any fucking value by being here. Zephyr, you don't have any value by being here. Free gift from God, no value, zero fucking value by being here. Yeah, so just get the fuck out the room, drop the numbers to 0, set scales, same situation. You don't have any value by being here. Slicky Strippy, no value by being here. Machine Lies, no value. You have no value by being here, right? You're not adding to the super chats. You're not paneling up. You may type a little something in the chitter chatter box, but you don't have any existential value in life, right? Your value less. Message to Jack Talcott from T.
So you notice he stole my Team Evil saying, logo, the image, everything. They're thieves. They can't come up with anything on their own. They can't do it. Hello. Jack Talcott exposes Jack Talcott.
Stephen.
Bring in the blockers. Bring in the blockers.
Looks like he's just playing the same thing again. He's repeating. That's all he's doing. Pathetic.
You're a fucking narcissist.
It's like, holy cows, man. It's like, holy cows, man.
He does compare himself to God. He believes himself to be Jesus Christ. Jack has delusions of grandeur. Jack is psychotic. Jack is very dangerous. Jack is very dangerous.
It's like, holy cows, man.
Look at him. Just look at him. His body language reveals a lot. It shows what he is. The way that he reacts to people. The reactions on his face. Shows everything, if you pay attention.
Absolute losers. They can't create something that's meaningful, that's truthful. They can't do it. None of these creatures. And that's why I don't respect them. It's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason, but it's one of the reasons why. Creepy creatures. Creepy, creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. Do you like these creepy creatures?
Canada's so
Do you respect them? Do you follow them? Are you going to let them lead you into hell? You're going to follow psychos into hell. Some of you that can't pay attention will say, we're already in hell. You're going to follow them back into hell. You're going to get recycled. You're going to spend eternity with these creatures. Is that what you're going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to cower from them?
so-called top doctor was privately forwarding Canada's so-called top doctor was privately forwarding Chinese news reports about a Wuhan disaster while publicly telling Canadians that there was nothing to worry about. We have the internal emails, and what they show is damning. Tam and her team were downplaying the threat, gaslighting the public, and even shipping Canada's PPE to China while Canadians were getting sick. It wasn't just incompetence, it was a deliberate mismatch between what they knew and what they told you. So let's dig in. By January of 2020, Theresa Tam, who was then Canada's chief public health officer, was already misleading Canadians about how close the COVID-19 virus.
Non-white, of course. You're going to let the non-whites rule you and lead you, mislead you. What are you going to do? You're going to let the non-whites lead you. What are you going to do? Are you going to let the non-whites lead you and mislead you? What are you going to do? That's what I want to know. I want to know what you're going to do. What are you going to do? And I'm going to keep asking these questions. If I have to tease you, if I have to taunt you, if I have to pressure you, I'm going to keep going and going and going and going. What are you going to do? You going to follow this? Do you trust him to lead you to truth and freedom? Look at the purple. Oh my goodness. Maybe you want to follow him. Looks like he has a little pacifier. They're usually, well, not always, but sometimes called soothers. At least when I was growing up, I'd hear mothers talk about getting a baby a soother, or they're still using their soother. I think they call them a binky or something in the UK. In America, almost every American I know says pacifier or passy. Look at him. Is this what you're going to follow? Is this going to lead you to freedom? Tigga sounds. Tiggas in cars. You go ahead. Follow whatever you want. Line up to follow these retards. Go ahead. See where it gets you.
How long?
Why is he itchy? Does he have cockroaches or bugs in his hair? Why is he itching his hair all the time? The first 2 seconds of this video is itching the side of his head. Why is he always itchy?
Did it take you to experience your own?
I almost thought he was going to pick the side of his head and then eat it like Landry, picking his eye boogers and eating them. A lot of you people on YouTube follow a lot of gross creatures that I'd never want around me in person. I'd never go out to lunch or dinner with those creatures. They're gross. But you accept it as normal. And they just laugh it off like, oh, he ate his eye boogers. And it's just gross, like the things they do. They'd put their fucking nasty feet in your food. Some of you would pretend, well, that's normal, and eat it. These creatures, they're gross. And it's been normalized to the point where many of you have to be shown repeatedly how gross they are, because you'll forget by tomorrow or next week or a month from now. Most of you will forget. A lot of you will forget who this is unless I make memes and keep showing them and mentioning it. And saying, yeah, remember him? He was the guy that was on here one time, and I had to coax him for a year to get him to come here live. And a lot of people forget. They're like, which one is he again? You have no mind left, no memory, no attention span, no focus. And that's the average being in this realm. Like an empty husk, an empty vessel. Just nothing left, no mind left, no spirit. It's just drained out of you. I have to remind you constantly who these creatures are, even though I fucking show them all the time for years. It's annoying. It's annoying that most around me have no memory. It is annoying. Because how do you expect to learn?
There's never Google moment. How long did it take you? How long did it take?
How long did booga booga ooga booga booga ooga booga ooga booga itch my head ooga booga? And a lot of you will say, oh, you're just being mean. I'm just observing and commenting on what I see. He's got tarantula hair, tarantula legs hair. And this is, you can follow this if you want. I'll drop the link in the chat for you. I know a lot of you want this shit. How do I know? Well, 41 likes on this garbage. Go follow it. Gobble it up. See where it leads you. See where shit following demonic shit like this leads you. Do you trust him to lead you to truth and freedom? You say, oh, you're making a mockery out of him. Are you dumb enough to follow this? He's got a pineapple on the side of his head. Go ahead and follow it. Doesn't hurt me. You're going to hurt yourself.
Take you to experience your own there was never Google moment. How long did it take you to realize this is not a good place? Yes, everyone is saying this is a good place. Everyone is saying we're here for a good reason, but I don't think this is a good place. How long? How long did it take you to realize that? How long did it take for you to realize that the people who are in power don't care about you? When Michael Jackson said, all I want to say is that they don't really care about us, dude was not lying. Because when we were growing up, we were supposed to admire those who are in power, you know? If you want to become like this person who controls.
He quotes a Michael Jackson song. Michael Jackson slept naked with young boys in his bed at his ranch. He built an entire amusement park and made it for children, to groom children. And this Tiga and many others will never see that. You're absolute morons.
Controls a lot of things in the world. You must work very, very hard and you're going to be like that person. And we admire these people and we thought they were good people. You know, as a child, you would think that being a good person is really what's going to carry you to the top, right? Because you thought this was a good place. Till you realize, nah, man, that's not how the real world works, you know? Life is sad. I remember today when I was waiting for trips. Today there were no trips. Like, people are not busy in South Africa. Today nobody got paid. I think people are gonna get paid tomorrow. Teachers are getting paid. So I'm on Facebook. I'm on this e-hailing group on Facebook. So someone posted that Uber is exploiting drivers. Because if, for example, you keep on skipping trips because you can see that they're not profitable trips, your driver's score is going to be very low and you can end up being blocked from the app. So sometimes Uber drivers are forced to go to dangerous areas so that they can keep their driver score high. They're forced to take silly trips just to keep their driver score. It's not like in other countries, I think in America, maybe Uber drivers are doing well, In South Africa, trust me, we're working for petrol, bro. So, and the unemployment rate is very high. So everyone who's got a car is doing this, When I was reading the post, I could feel the pain that a lot of e-hailing drivers are feeling, I'm saying that Uber actually care only about the clients, not about the drivers, If, for example, you drive someone and you drop them off and then they give you a 1-star rating, they can block you. Or if the driver says you said something or you insult, you offended, they could just block you. They're not even going to call you to ask, hey, what happened? They'll only take one side of the story. And the reason was, the cause of that was the high numbers of like e-hailing drivers in South Africa. There's too many of us. So Uber doesn't care. Uber can treat us the way the Christian God treats its followers. It's like, look, I have all the power. I can do whatever I want, and you need me. I don't need you, you need me. So I can treat you however I want to treat you, and you're supposed to be okay. So that's what's happening, and it's sad, Uber is like, well, I don't need you. So I don't have to be fair to you. You just gotta work. I provided a platform. You live in a country where there is no employment. In fact, I am helping you. And it is. I mean, you think about what we're going through as young people in South Africa, you're like, it is helping, but we are also being exploited. We are also being, we're treated like slaves, and all for what? We're supposed to be slaves, in order to live in a world that we didn't even ask to be brought into. Like, you think about it, you think about everything, and like, this is sad, and we don't even get enough, you don't even make enough money to be like, yeah, it's worth it. It's not worth it. You're just working so that you don't die of hunger. You gotta eat, you gotta have shelter, you gotta have clothes, but that's it, And children are being born every day to live in this world that everyone says is good.
Most people think interrupting is just a bad habit. Sometimes it is. But sometimes it reveals something much deeper. The way a person handles conversations often reflects the way they see themselves and everyone around them. So why do some people constantly interrupt others? Here are 5 psychological reasons behind this behavior. Number 1. They believe their thoughts are more important. Before you've even finished speaking, they're already preparing their response. Not because they're listening carefully, because they're waiting for their turn. For them, the conversation becomes a competition instead of a connection. Number 2. They fear being forgotten. Some people worry that if they don't speak immediately, they'll lose the chance to be noticed. Interrupting becomes a way of staying relevant. The silence feels uncomfortable because they confuse attention with importance. Number 3. They're trying to control the conversation. Changing the subject, finishing your sentences, or steering every discussion back to themselves. These behaviors often reveal a desire to manage where the conversation goes, instead of allowing it to unfold naturally. Number 4. They struggle to tolerate different perspectives. The moment they hear an opinion they disagree with, They jump in before you've finished explaining it. They're not responding to what you actually said. They're reacting to what they assumed you were going to say. Listening requires patience. Interrupting often replaces understanding with assumption. And number 5, they've never learned the value of being heard. People who rarely felt listened to growing up sometimes develop the habit of speaking over others, not because they're cruel, but because they learned that waiting quietly meant never being heard at all. That doesn't excuse the behavior, but it can help explain it. Here's the truth. Everyone interrupts sometimes. Excitement, stress, or enthusiasm can get the better of anyone. The real difference is what happens next. Do they notice it? Do they apologize? Do they give the conversation back to you? Because people who truly value others don't just want to be heard. They make other people feel heard too. So tell me, what's more revealing about a person, the way they speak, or the way they listen? Most people think interrupting is just a bad habit.
She killed 6 people. She was driving 120 miles per hour in the city, right through a red light, slamming into the side of vehicles, and then a ball of flames. Now, some New Agers would try to convince you that they chose that. They chose their fiery end, their sudden, violent ending. A lot of New Agers try to convince you that we all chose this, and that we created this hell realm. I don't buy that. But I do think there's a lot of stupid zombies in this realm that will believe anything. And I can't help you. I just don't want you around me. You're like an anchor. You're just trying to weigh me down. You don't do anything. You don't learn. You don't do anything. And I don't want you around. I think you belong here. If you're so lazy that you can't pay attention and learn something from things I show on my live streams and on my channel, then you belong here. You don't need more years and more lifetimes. Some of you want to drag your feet just to annoy me and say, be patient, give me more time to learn. You've had years and you're not learning. That's what I see. So you belong here. This is your home. I've told you for years, learn now or burn later. And you'll see what I mean. Be as lazy as you want, right into the grave. You don't have to listen to anything I've said. Just be lazy.
It's this very intersection where I'm standing at right now on Slauson and La Brea is where that fiery crash occurred, where 6 people lost their lives. This exact spot is where the car came to rest. As you can see, there are still oil stains on the sidewalk here. And the anniversary, the 1-year anniversary of the crash just happened about maybe a month ago. So you're still seeing candles right here. This is a very, very dangerous intersection. I grew up in Los Angeles. I would come down here at times, and this is the intersection where a lot of Los Angeles comes to meet, and they do these stupid car meetups. If you can see right there in the middle of the intersection, you got some burnouts where people coming out here doing street takeovers, acting the fool, acting stupid. I don't know why they choose this intersection. It's probably because this intersection right here is where a lot of parts of Los Angeles kind of center each other. You know, you got the east side over there, you got the west side over there. Hollywood is up that hill, and Inglewood is not even a mile probably away. So on August 4th, 2022, a Mercedes-Benz driving in excess of over 100 miles an hour was flying down this hill right here and crashed into at least a half a dozen cars right here. Behind the wheel of that car was one 37-year-old traveling nurse, Lorraine Linton, who has a vast history of mental illness. She comes crashing through this intersection right here, and in a car driving to their doctor's appointment is a boyfriend and girlfriend. One, Reynold Lester, 24 years of age, his girlfriend Ashery Ryan, 23, who's pregnant with her second child. She's 8.5 months pregnant, and they have her child from a previous relationship. 5 days before he's turning a year old, Alonzo Quintero, 5 days he's gonna be a year old. They all were killed instantly in the crash, and 2 other people were also killed. 43-year-old Leticia Lewis and 38-year-old Lynette Noble. 6 people all killed at this intersection where I'm standing at. The killer, Lorraine Linton, was booked into the Los Angeles County Jail on 6 counts of murder and 5 counts of vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence. This is a woman that has had a short but very vast history of mental illness. She was committed involuntarily to a psych ward where she's from, back in Texas, I believe. And she was committed there because, well, she was running around her apartment complex completely nude. On top of that, she was arrested, taken to jail. She has been diagnosed as bipolar. She has been prescribed antipsychotic medication, and now her attorneys are saying that, this was due to her having a seizure. You know, any bull nonsense story that they can make up as to why this event occurred. This woman has very, very severe mental illness, and now, of course, her court-appointed attorneys, unless she has the money to hire her own, now they're making up excuses for why this violent crash where 6 people lost their lives and several people were injured occurred. I don't know exactly what's going to take place in this here matter. It's already been, as the recording of this video, over a year, so I suspect that things are going to probably wrap up sometime in 2024. Now her attorneys are pointing to another case that happened about 20 years ago down in Santa Monica. We're going to visit that location. That is the scene of also an accident where 10 people were mowed down and killed by an individual. It happened about maybe 5 miles away. We're going to go to that location now. This is the other location of where the other event took place. Going back to July 16th of 2023, 86-year-old George Weller is driving down the street right here. He had just dropped off a letter at the post office to his niece. 86 years old, driving a 1992 Buick LeSabre. He comes to this intersection of Arizona and 4th Street, and he rear ends another vehicle. Now, any normal person, when they rear end a vehicle, you get out, apologize, you exchange insurance information, and then you proceed about your day, but not this clown. No, he proceeds to floor the gas pedal, accelerator, go around the car that he just hit, driving around 60 miles an hour, and he comes right down this street, a street that has hundreds and hundreds of people walking down. And he starts, like a Sherman tank, he just starts mowing down over people. It lasted about 20 to 30 seconds, 70 people injured, 10 of them dead from this moron. 47-year-old Lynn Weaver, 50-year-old Teresa Bragalia, 7-month-old Brandon Esfahani, 62-year-old Maluk Gulian, 35-year-old Gloria Gonzalez, 78-year-old Musha Hoffman, 55-year-old Leroy Ladier, 50-year-old Kevin McCarthy and his 41-year-old wife Diana, and 3-year-old Cindy Valladares. Almost killed instantly. Believe the baby was the last one to die. Now you start talking about the factors in this accident. You start talking about
Hello. This is for the people that just want to be entertained. Stay here and burn. If that's all you're interested in this hell realm, it's going to get exciting for you. It's going to get exciting for you when you demons cannibalize each other. Because that's all some of you want. You just want to be entertained. You're lazy. This realm is full of lazy demon tards that just want to be entertained by this place. You have no care. So stay here. Stay here and burn.
Possible age being a factor. He was 86 years old. So his excuse when the police arrived was that he thought that the accelerator was the brake. Now, I can buy that. You're 86 years old. Maybe your driver's license should have been taken away from you. Probably should have hung up the car keys. Maybe take a taxi cab on places that you need to go, or rely on your family. So he was charged with 10 counts of vehicular manslaughter. Now, that's not what pisses me off about this event, because I remember when this happened. What pisses me off is that George Weller showed or expressed absolutely no sympathy. He would look like, while he was in court, like he looked like he was being bothered, like he had better things to do. And by the time the case went to trial, this guy is already practically bedridden and under 24-hour nursing care. Eventually, they gave him 5 years of probation, and he would later go on and die about 5 years later at the age of 94 in 2010. The fact that this guy did not shed one tear, did not show any remorse, like he was being inconvenienced, going as far as to harassing the jurors of the court case, truly goes to show you you're never too old to be an absolute scumbag. An absolute scumbag that pretty much shows you how he probably lived his life. And usually rotten people like that tend to live very long lives, unfortunately. Killed a 7-month-old baby and a 3-year-old little girl. And he got to live to be 94 years of age. That baby should be 21 years old right now, and that little girl 24. Maybe she would have a kid of her own, or at least have gone to school or do something. And all of those people's lives were shattered, their families' lives were shattered by a despicable, evil cretin of a man. All right here on this street. That's something else. All right, guys, I'm wrapping it up here. I will see you on the next video. I hope to see you there anyways, guys. Rest in peace to all the victims. Be safe out there. Be vigilant and always be aware of your surroundings. Peace out.
Creepy creatures. There's a lot of creepy creatures in this realm. And it's normal to most people. Look at them and say, oh, there's nothing wrong with them. They're normal. Everything's normal. This miserable, angry prick, this psycho, this narcopath psycho, people say this is normal. They would look at this walking down the street and say it's normal. They'd even say, Stephen, why are you saying its eyes are like black holes? Why would you say that it has black tar pit eyes? Why would you say that? That's what I get most often. People questioning what I'm doing. And you can't see. You won't look at these things. You just won't do it. They look perfectly fine to you. These demons with rotten mouths and black holes for eyes. It's all normal. It's all normal to most of you in this fucking place. Their breath can smell like a sewer. And most of you would just say, what's wrong with that? Smells fine to me. One thing I'll give you credit for, though, humans, you're good at defending evil and pretending it's all normal. You're good at defending these evil fucking demonic cockroaches and pretending it's all good. You insist you're in a good realm. You don't see anything wrong in this place. Pouring rain. That woman has a pink plastic umbrella, it looks like. Plastic and pink. And the rent they spend in New York City, it's just, what a bizarre realm this is. The bikes are locked up there, getting rained on. Pouring rain. It's normal. Most people won't say, why are there thunderstorms? Why is there lightning that strikes people and animals and kills them? Dogs, cats, cows, all sorts of animals, horses get struck by lightning. Most of you never think of it. You don't care enough to think. You're just oblivious. You're just walking around like zombies. You'd look at a creature like this in person. If we were walking together, most of you, not all, but most, you'd say, what's wrong with that? I'd say, well, he looks like a fucking goblin. He looks like a demon. And to most of you, you just say it's normal. Perfectly normal to most of you. No matter how bizarre they look, no matter how demonic, no matter how filthy their aura is, how disgusting they are, it's all normal to most people. It's all normal to most people. All of it. Everything in this realm. You could walk down the street seeing people eating shit. And most of you would say, there's nothing wrong with it. They'd say, Stephen, why are you even talking about other people? They'd say to me, why do you care? Why do you even care to mention it? Because nothing's a big deal to most of you. It's all normal. Hell realm. It's a hell realm to me, but it's a paradise for you fucking creepy creature, weirdo demons. You love this place. You just do. They could flood out cities and people would say, well, that's normal. There's 100-year floods. You always have an excuse for everything. That's what I notice about humans too. Massive destruction can happen. There could be earthquakes, the likes of which would make the ones in Venezuela, for example, look like nothing. They could send earthquakes from East Coast to West Coast America, all the way up into Canada, all the way down to Texas, the Southwest, everywhere. And tornadoes and hurricanes, and just keep hammering you. And you'd say it's all normal. You'd say, well, they've happened in the past. That's the way you humans are. You humans just want to defend everything in Hell Realm. They could be roasting you, burning your flesh, burning you alive, and you'd still come up with some excuse saying God is good or something. That's the way you are. You're fucked. You can't face the truth. You just can't do it. You'll always dodge and make excuses. That's what most of you do. You do it for lifetimes. So how am I supposed to feel sorry for you when all you want to do is defend evil? Come back here. Spend 1,000,000 lifetimes here. You earned it. You love it here. He's showing a manhole cover that goes into the sewers of New York City. There's probably animals in there drowning right now when he was filming this. Doesn't matter to most of you. You don't care. If you're not seeing it right in front of you, you never think of it. You never think of what goes on in this realm. You can't face the massive suffering in this place, and you don't care anyways. Most of you on Earth don't give a shit. You don't care. So long as in the moment you're entertained and you're not being tortured yourself. You don't care what happens to anyone else. Any other living being, you don't care. If that guy walking, getting soaked right there, got struck by lightning, I think Tom would probably do something. He seems like a half decent being, but most people would just take a video for social media and pictures or video, and they wouldn't do anything to help. They wouldn't do shit. It's all God's plan, right? It's all God's design. It's God's plan. It's God's design for you. I played this earlier. It's worth playing again, though. Almost 10,000 people hit the heart on this. They hearted this short video.
Most people think interrupting is just a bad habit. Sometimes it is. But sometimes it reveals something much deeper. The way a person handles conversation.
So it has words scrolling the screen. AI voice reading, it's perfect. A very simple image. It's simple. That's part of the reason why people like it. It's simple. Simple.
Most people think interrupting is just a bad habit. Sometimes it is. But sometimes, it reveals something much deeper. The way a person handles conversations often reflects the way they see themselves and everyone around them. So why do some people constantly interrupt others? Here are 5 psychological reasons behind this behavior. Number 1. They believe their thoughts are more important. Before you've even finished speaking, they're already preparing their response. Not because they're listening carefully, because they're waiting for their turn. For them, the conversation becomes a competition instead of a connection. Number 2. They fear being forgotten. Some people worry that if they don't speak immediately, they'll lose the chance to be noticed. Interrupting becomes a way of staying relevant. The silence feels uncomfortable because they confuse attention with importance. Number 3. They're trying to control the conversation. Changing the subject, finishing your sentences, or steering every discussion back to themselves. These behaviors often reveal a desire to manage where the conversation goes, instead of allowing it to unfold naturally. Number 4. They struggle to tolerate different perspectives. The moment they hear an opinion they disagree with, they jump in before you've finished explaining it. They're not responding to what you actually said. They're reacting to what they assumed you were going to say. Listening requires patience. Interrupting often replaces understanding with assumption. And number 5. They've never learned the value of being heard. People who rarely felt listened to growing up sometimes develop the habit of speaking over others. Not because they're cruel, but because they learned that waiting quietly meant never being heard at all. That doesn't excuse the behavior, but it can help explain it. Here's the truth. Everyone interrupts sometimes. Excitement, stress, or enthusiasm can get the better of anyone. The real difference is what happens next. Do they notice it? Do they apologize? Do they give the conversation back to you? Because people who truly value others don't just want to be heard. They make other people feel heard too. So tell me, what's more revealing about a person, the way they speak, or the way they listen? Most people think interrupting is just a bad habit. Sometimes it is. But sometimes, it reveals something much deeper. The way a person handles conversations often reflects the way they see themselves and everyone around them. So why do some people constantly interrupt others? Here are 5 psychological reasons behind this behavior. Number 1.
Out of the kindness of her heart, a British woman decided to risk renting her property to migrants.
These people had literally just got to the UK. No one would rent to them because they had no history, blah, blah, blah. They had no deposit, whatever. Which, guess what? Muggins was like, do you know what? They'll be fine. They're lovely. They're hardworking. They work as carers. Just be a good person and take them on.
But unfortunately for her, the carers didn't seem to care too much about their own living conditions.
A brand new bathroom. What do you reckon that is next to the toilet? I've just realised what all of this is up the wall.
Yeah, imagine them caring for your elderly relatives.
This was a brand new sofa. Can't make it up.
Yeah, I don't think the warranty's gonna cover shit stains.
Like, they've left all of this here, and they're literally drinking out of glasses like that. Should I report this to social services? It's just not reported, but obviously, you know, I would go to prison for this. I put the TV set.
This was a brand new sofa. This was a brand new sofa. This was a brand new sofa.
Can't make it up.
Yeah, I don't think the warranty's gonna cover shit stains.
Like, they've left all of this here, and they're literally drinking out of glasses like that. Should I report this to social services? It's just not reported, but obviously, you know, I would go to prison for this. I put the TV stand up because in here there isn't really anywhere to like put a TV. So I put it in the best spot for like someone to watch TV. So I just say they can pop a TV up. Oh, I left a fucking TV in here. TV in here. Oh, I left a fucking TV in here. Oh, I left a fucking TV in here. They can pop a TV up. Oh, I left a fucking TV in here.
The cost of being a good person is really racking up.
The state of this fucking door. Where's my tiles? Okay. This, okay. It's not meant to be furnished in here.
God knows how many people they had living here over and above the agreed number.
Landlords are so awful, they don't ever fix anything. Do you think that was reported to me? What do you think? Barbecue? We're using that inside? Like, honestly, would not surprise me at all.
Indoor barbecue during the height of summer. Fantastic idea.
Okay. So they fitted me a new bath at some point. And just left the old one. Why not?
They'll probably tell her they improved the property and send her the bill.
That cupboard stinks of spices.
Yeah.
Stinks of spices.
The bill.
That cupboard stinks of spices.
The bill.
That cupboard stinks of spices.
They improved the property and send her the bill.
That cupboard stinks of spices.
Yeah, I'm starting to get an idea of what kind of people will live in here.
I don't have a deposit, so this is all my problem.
You've really only got yourself to blame, love.
This was all brand new. Now they look like this. Oh, because they fucked the floor so much and put tape on it, look. Because this flat exists, or those adults exist, I don't know who I'm blaming at this point. But what fucks me off is that there's been 3 children in here. And that's just what fucks me off is that there's been 3 children in here. And I'm blaming at this point. But what fucks me off is that there's been 3 children in here. Blaming at this point. But what fucks me off is that there's been 3 children in here. And that's just that just fucks me off so much. As adults exist, I don't know who I'm blaming at this point. But what fucks me off is that there's been 3 children in here. And that's just that just fucks me off so much. That, like, they would live in such filth with children.
If you've ever read the reviews of hotels used to house migrants, which are then occupied by normal paying customers, this is basically the fate of all of them.
But obviously, when one of your kids has ripped it off the door, to just screw it back on? Like, or is that's not the tenant problem, so why bother? We'll just live with it for years, hanging off, rather than just screwdriver it?
So she
We'll just live with it for years, hanging off, rather than just screwdriver it?
So she
We'll just live with it for years, hanging off, rather than just screwdriver it?
So she rented out this place to them for years without a single landlord inspection at any time in between. Yeah, not the smartest, is she?
Just wear and tear? 3 years of wear and tear? Yeah. Perhaps. Do you think this is worth me profiting £600 a month? Because this was brand new, it was gorgeous.
Now take this trashed property and extract.
It was brand new, it was gorgeous.
Now take this trashed property and extract.
Profiting £600 a month. Profiting £600 a month. Because this was brand new, it was gorgeous.
Now take this trashed property and extrapolate it out to the entire country. These are the people we're inviting in. And remember, they're the supposedly hard-working ones.
If you're not gonna let's say, we know it's true. Do your research.
And then what?
Do your research.
And then what does that change?
That changed that y'all mutants. Since you posted me and stuff, I want you to post this right here.
Sure.
I'm gonna ask you probably 4 or 5 questions.
Okay.
Who invented guns?
I don't know. Didn't we decide it was China?
Nah, you said white people invented guns. So you was wrong, right?
Well, my point there, and I did clarify this in the video, was that Africans didn't. So it doesn't really matter who invented them.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about whether you was wrong or right. You
Well,
was wrong,
the
right?
point
When you
that
said when
the
you said
point
white people invented guns.
the point that I actually don't know. I mean, the point that I was making though is that Africans
I got a
didn't.
phone. I got a phone just like you. You can look this information up.
Okay, it doesn't matter to my point that I was making though. My point was that Africans didn't. That was my only point. So it could have been space aliens. It doesn't matter.
It was Chinese. It wasn't space alien. It was Chinese.
That's
white
okay.
People didn't invent guns. So you was wrong about that, right?
I don't claim either one.
All right. So look it up right now.
Okay, white people didn't invent guns. Now,
Okay,
what's the
thank
other
you.
question?
You can post that. And second, I want to tell you. Did you look up European skin color 3,000 years ago?
Yeah, look, there's all sorts of information on the internet.
Yeah, that was all close. Yeah, you see how y'all run away from stuff? Y'all like to post stuff and say that y'all right and say that y'all good and better than everybody, but when the truth come out, y'all run like little rabbits.
How
Stop
old do
running
you
away
think
from
the
truth.
Earth was?
Earth is 4 billion years old, some shit like that.
It's actually
But that's not
26
the
billion
point.
now. But,
Hold
yeah.
on, let me answer. Let me ask my question.
Yep, go ahead.
Did you look up? European skin color 3,000 years ago?
No.
I will look that up. 3,000 years ago, I think they said about 60% of European was dark skin. So
Okay,
if you
so?
do the calculation, huh?
So what?
So if you do the calculations of the mutation of black people, dark skinned people turn into white people like you all, if you do the calculations, that means it's safe to say some people say around 8,000 years ago, but let's just be safe here. 10,000 years ago, everybody in Europe was black. So
Okay,
look that up.
and then what?
Also look up mitochondrial Eve gene. Do you know what that is?
Let's say that's true. Everyone in Europe
No,
was...
it is. If we're not gonna let's say, we know it's true. Do your research.
And then what?
Do your research.
And then what does that change?
That changed that y'all mutants. Y'all come from us. That's why I said we made y'all from the beginning to the end.
So let's go down.
Y'all mutated black people.
Let's
That's
experiment
the point.
with that.
You're not even. Hold on. Let me finish asking.
Please, yes. Well, I do want to stick on that.
Yeah.
I have a question.
So, like
Since you're very educated on this, I want to ask you about that part. So 10,000 years ago, people in Europe were black. So I am essentially a mutated black person. Okay, yeah. So what exactly does that prove or mean? So white people evolved and just became
it's
superior?
Not evolved. Well, you know what the word evolve mean? Evolve mean you have to change it to something else. You're still a Homo sapien, right?
Okay, so we adapted. That's your point.
No, you mutated.
Okay, and then what?
That's why I said you mutated into
so what
y'all are now, and then that's what I'm talking about.
So we mutated, and what's the point?
The point is that you're a mutant. I'm sorry for cursing, but the point is that you're not better than black people. We made you. Everything you got came from us.
That doesn't mean anything. That's not even a sophisticated.
You don't have all the. Put it like this. Let me explain it to you like this. You can't be better than black people because you don't even have all of the genes that black people have. Do you know what the word mutation means? Mutation means that you mutated from something else, meaning that you have less than something else. So you cannot be. You could be as smart as a black person. You could be as fast as a black person. You could be as tall or as short as a black person.
Can I have dreads
you
though?
Can never be. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying.
I want dreads.
You can never be. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Can you show me how to do dreads? I have cow hair.
Yeah, you have fur like a dog. You don't even have hair. You have fur. So anyway, like I'm saying before I was interrupted, like I'm saying, you can't be smarter than a black person. You can't be taller. You can't be lighter. You can't be darker than a black person. You can only be as smart as a black person. You're going to be as smart as a black person. You're going to be as tall as a black person. You're going to be as light as a black person. We have all the genes.
Why do you guys have the lowest IQ?
That's why, hold on. That's why you don't have no melanin. That's why you can't go outside and be in the sun for too long.
I was outside earlier.
You don't have all the genes to create melanin. Melanin. You don't have all the genes that black people have. So don't get it twisted and don't never say
my IQ is higher than 110, Bucko. All right. Sorry, what?
Yeah.
So wait, what's the?
Don't never get it.
Why are you
get it
upset?
misconstrued and twisted because you're chopping up videos and posting stuff, making it seem like I said something.
The full video is online. There's no one's chopping anything.
The first video y'all posted was fine. But I'm talking about the
Yeah.
last video you posted.
The full
when you try to make
video
it seem
is
like,
on YouTube.
let me finish talking.
It doesn't
The
matter.
last
The
video,
full
the last
video is on YouTube. No one's
Yeah,
chopping
but I'm
anything.
talking about you. I'm talking about, like I just said, the last video you posted.
Yeah,
You
on
chopped it
Instagram.
up to
Yeah.
where it sounded
You
like
have to.
where it sounded like I said that English came from Italy. I said the letters from English came from Italy and it was Latin.
You said
I didn't say
English
the
came from
language.
Italy. It's in the
No,
video.
I didn't. I didn't say the letter. I said the letters.
I gotta
I said the
turn this
letters was
down. You're
Latin.
yelling. Huh?
I said the letters. I said the letters were Latin.
There's no fumes. I just turned it off.
So post that. You hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
This
Is that
so-
is that
this
the final
so-
question? Is that everything?
It's so this happened so fast. Because y'all posted the last video and I was like, what? Now they really trying to play on me and chop it up and make it seem like I said something that did it. But when I'm right, I know.
Should I pull up the video right now?
Right.
Should we pull up that? Should we pull up the video? You think and watch it right now?
I watched it 100 times.
You watched.
I feel like a question that everybody has probably asked themselves at least once in their life, or at least it's like crossed through their minds at least once, is what is the point? I mean, really, what is the point of you going to your 9-to-5 job? What is the point of me sitting here talking to you? What is the point of any of this? First of all, we must realize that we're here now. There is no why. There is no how. We're here now. It is be.
There is no why, there is no how. We're here now. That's all you have to realize. Don't ask how, don't ask why. Just accept that you're here now. And don't even try to figure out what this realm is. Just go along. Just go along with it. Great wisdom. Hello, my tiggers. We here now. Can't we? Can't we all just get along? Can't we all just get along? We all here now. Tiggers, my tiggers, we all here now. Can't we all just get along? Can't we all can't we all just get along? My tiggers, we all here now.
Shit, 100 times.
English, yeah, I was saying that the letters in English are Latin and they came from Italy.
You didn't say the word letters ever in the video.
That's how I said the letters. I said that. Listen to it. Read it back and listen. I said the letters came from Latin.
You're right. I'll listen to it again. Are there more questions or is that it? Now that I know I'm a mutant with fur.
Yeah, with fur. And you don't have all the genes. That's why you.
Yeah,
that's why you
I'm missing those genes. Anyway, what's the other question? We got to wrap it up.
That's all I could think of right now because this happening so fast. But
yeah, I know. I know. It's.
But
I'll slow it down a little bit.
That's really about it. I wanted you to post the stuff that I was right about. Don't
the
sit here
full
and say
video is on YouTube.
Yeah, I know,
it's
but
already
you're making chopped up. You're making chopped up videos on Instagram.
That's how you promote the video.
This is what I learned about white people. You know what? You have taught me something. This is what I learned about racist white people. Y'all don't have any constructive thinking when it comes down to black people, and that is what's gonna y'all at the end. I promise you that.
Okay.
I promise you that. You can't learn nothing from a black person. You can't take in nothing from a black person because you so y'all too racist that y'all think everything is a joke. But like I said, everything that I said in that video, you cannot prove it wrong.
Well, so far you're the only one who's insulted. I've never said a single insult towards you.
I'm talking about them dumbass mutants in your comments.
I mean, that has nothing to do with me. You're the one yelling at me. So
nah, but that's why I was saying.
I haven't insulted you or your group. You've insulted me and my group. So I mean, I don't know what you even mean. I'm not
insulting you. I'm telling you the truth. Y'all mutated from black people. You the one that didn't decide not to do the research.
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything.
Did you hear what I just said? It does mean something. It means that you cannot be as smart as a black person. You cannot be as fast. You cannot be as
Who's
tall.
the smartest person to ever live? Do you know?
Who the hell gonna know that? Was you here three. Oh, and another thing.
In recorded
Y'all
history,
didn't
who are the
invent it.
smartest
Hold on.
people?
Another thing. Y'all
I could
didn't
list
invent boats.
several.
Y'all, this is another question. Y'all did not. Do you know about Homo habilis? I think that is.
Yeah,
Homo
there's a couple
erectus.
hillbillies that
Homo
live
erectus.
across the street.
No, Homo erectus.
Yes, I know about Homo erectus. I know about Neanderthal. I know about Denisovians. Yes, and
So, did you know that Homo erectus was the first ones to leave Africa 8 or 9? I think it was 8. We're gonna be safe and say 8 million
we're
years ago.
talking anthropology now.
Yeah, 8 million years ago, Homo erectus left Africa. Was the first ones to leave Africa on a boat. Y'all did not create boats.
And
So
then
that's
what?
2 things you're wrong about. So white people didn't create boats.
Oh, black people
spewing out
created
lies.
boats. Oh,
Huh?
okay. Black people created boats. You learn something
No,
new
that
every
wasn't black
day.
people. That wasn't even Homo sapiens. That was Homo erectus. That wasn't even
Okay.
us.
And then what happens? Where do we go from here? What do I do about that?
Like I said, just post the truth. You was wrong
Okay.
about.
Man.
So I guess you're the retarded kid now. Since it's like beating up on a retarded kid, right?
Yeah.
I guess you're the retarded kid now. Because you was wrong about guns. You was wrong about white people inventing guns. You was wrong about white people inventing boats.
Dr. 16, listen, man. You don't have to be mad. You don't have to be mad. It's like it's not even a personal issue. Like what is the problem? You approached me, you DM'd me, you said debate me right now. We debated you right then. We posted the full video. I'm sorry that you don't like the way we edited our Instagrams. We didn't even insult you. Everything that Jackson and I both said is on the video on YouTube. What do you want to do about it?
The last video that y'all just posted about, like I said, the first video is fine. I don't have no problems with the first video. What I have problems with is the last video that you posted when you try to make it seem like I said you cut the part off when I was saying the English letters.
I can't leave the whole video in the clip, dude. The whole video's on YouTube. If people want to see what you said, it's on YouTube.
I said the part when I said the letters are Latin.
Okay.
And that comes from Italy. I didn't say the whole English language comes from
All right.
fucking
Do you have more questions though? I don't want you to think I'm running, but it's time for bed. Do you have more questions? I don't want to cut you off.
Nah, I just want you to post that you was wrong about white people inventing guns.
The stream will go right on Rumble. Everyone can watch it. Send all of your friends to come watch this. Please.
Post it on your Instagram like you posting you try to be cute with it.
There's nothing interesting happening in this video. I'm not going to post this. There's nothing interesting happening.
Oh yeah, it is. It's something very interesting happening. Okay. You're wrong about
Then you post it. Then you go to the Rumble, you clip it, and you post it. Yeah, then get followers. What do you want me to do?
You're wrong, though. You see how you full of shit? You full of BS. You don't.
All right, we gotta go ahead and wrap this up. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts?
Like I said, everything I said in that interview, you can't prove it to be wrong.
Okay.
And my final thoughts is that you was wrong about a lot of the things y'all was saying. You was wrong about white people being superior. You don't even do your research when you say stuff. You don't even know about mitochondrial Eve gene. You didn't know about fucking guns, Chinese people inventing guns. And that's why I was saying that y'all were cowards, because y'all got the guns from China and y'all went everywhere around the world where people couldn't defend themselves, and y'all never China because y'all cowards. And when something is equal, y'all run away from it. When you could take advantage of something, then y'all ready to go then.
Okay. Yep. All right. Is that all?
Yeah, just like I said, just post on Instagram that you're wrong about the guns.
I don't take demands about social media posts, unfortunately. But I do appreciate your time. Are we going to wrap it up here?
Like I said, you posted when I was wrong.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Goodness gracious almighty.
Guys, I hope you're doing really well. So this is a really spontaneous video. I've woken up, it's just gone 1 a.m. here, and I can't get to sleep, right? I can't get to sleep. I've got something on my mind, and it's not going to let me sleep until I, get it out there. So this is why I'm here. This is why I'm looking a bit rough. But it's to do with people's attention, discernment, really misunderstanding or not really fully grasping and understanding the level of deception and infiltration that goes on in this reality. Now, I'm seeing a lot of people waking up, which is good. But I feel like the discernment is not there with them yet. And they're becoming like, in a way, although their intentions are good, they're becoming like useful idiots, right? So they're then pushing other people that are dangerous. And I'm seeing this go on more and more because, you know, when you've been doing this for a while, and you know, I'm not saying that I'm perfect or, you know, I get everything right or anything like that, but 15 years into this, you learn to realize, wow, the infiltration and the deception and the manipulation is huge. It is huge, and it should never be underestimated or passed off or dismissed in the way that I'm seeing some people dismissing this stuff. People ignoring red flags, people ignoring symbology, you know, people ignoring things that they need to be paying attention with just because some...
He loves to say symbology. He never says symbols or symbolism. Symbology is the study of symbols. He always says symbology because he thinks it makes him sound smarter. But it actually makes him sound dumb because he's using the wrong word consistently.
Someone is giving them 95% truth. It is so dangerous. And I was going to make maybe I will, another video specifically on the rug pull. You know, I call it the rug pull, where you get 90% truth because they have to give you truth, because if they just come out of the gates with lies, you wouldn't follow them. So they give you 90% truth, and then there is the rug pull. There is the piece of information that sends you flying over a cliff face, or in this case, if we're talking about the soul trick, recycled, right? This is how important this stuff is. And I just feel that there's a lot of people out.
I don't think Tony always called it recycled. But since I've used the recycling symbol for years, describing it as recycling, they're all copying me, calling it recycling. Just like they take Team Evil, Dolphin Jesus, they copy me, these creatures on YouTube, in so many ways. Frank Monday uses Team Evil, Landry's used Dolphin Jesus. They just steal and copy and plagiarize. And that's what fills this realm, and most people think it's normal. They don't mind as long as they're not being stolen from. They'll trademark shit, and then they'll say, well, I don't think we should have intellectual property. It should all be out there. Meanwhile, they have their stuff trademarked, and it's incredible. The double standards are just fucking sky high in this realm. It's sickening. Sickening.
They're not taking this, they're kind of giving it lip service. They're not taking it as serious as they need to. They're not looking under all the stones, looking at the red flags, looking at, you know, the symbology, the numerology, all that. You can't ignore this stuff and just pass it off and like, oh, well, you know, she or he comes across as a nice person and he or she gives you 95%, or they speak a lot of truth. They have to come across as a nice person. That's what they're doing. They're infiltrating. They come across as nice people. And yes, they will give you a lot of truth. They will give you 95% truth because they have to hook you in. And I'm just getting, you know, I'm just getting frustrated out there at the moment with, you know, just some of the comments that I get sometimes. And again, guys, this isn't everyone. Like the vast majority of people on my channel, you know, they get it. They get that we need to be super discernment and look at those red flags, and they understand the level of infiltration that goes on. I mean, guys, this realm, this reality is like it is because of infiltration. You know, I say that it's like an AI that's infiltrated here. It's like a virus, right? So if the nature of this reality is infiltration in and of itself, then it's going to have all its agents and ducks lined in a row, because that's the way it operates. That's the way it deceives us. That's the way it manipulates us. That's the way it cajoles us into these cul-de-sacs. That's the way it has managed to manipulate us coming back here lifetime after lifetime. So we should never.
So when Tony speaks, 200 views and 55 people hit the like button. When I get 200 views, it might be 20 likes. Way more zombies hit the like button for these creatures all the time. And it's just annoying. It's annoying how many lazy people are on my channels. It really is.
Underestimate the level of infiltration that goes on and just pass it off like, oh, well, you know, this person comes across really nice and, you know, they speak a lot of truth. It's like, you need to go deeper than that. You need to go deeper than that, because if you don't, you are going to end up being deceived, and that could end up.
This whole thing is stolen from me. I've said that they try to be nice and they deceive you, and you need to go deeper. You need to look at the big picture. I don't think this creature has any ideas of his own at all. Mr. Big Nose.
With you being recycled. End up with you being recycled. End up with you being recycled. And, you know, just some of the comments that I've had recently, oh, well, you don't like anyone and all this stuff. It's not about that. It's not a popularity contest. We're not here to be liked or to like people. I couldn't give a damn who's nice and who comes across nice and she's a nice person and I want the truth. And if there's a rug pull or a serious deception, then I'm going to speak it up. And I'm not telling people that they have to listen to me or, you know, you can reject what I say, but I'm going to say it regardless. But there's too many people out there that put other people on a pedestal, put these prominent people on a pedestal, and it's dangerous. I say to people, no one should be put on a pedestal. Because a lot of these people with huge followings, they are there. The system has put them there. And there will be a rug pull at some point or another, if there isn't already. People should always be held accountable. Even myself. And the information, I've said it before. If I get on camera and I start talking nonsense and, oh, you know, you can connect to guides and all this stuff, and like, you leave, right? You just leave. You should be ready to leave at any moment. But this whole, you know, basing truth and on if someone's coming across as a nice person and, oh, well, you know, they speak a lot of truth, or they've been doing it for years. Like, that's not a barometer. That should not be a barometer of if someone is on our team or not. You know, the length of time doesn't matter, right? Because that person could have been put there years ago to play a certain role. Like I say, they have their ducks lined up. This isn't a game. It's not a popularity contest. People need to go deeper. And I just feel, speaking from my experience, 15 years now in this field, you know, I can speak from experience. 15 years now in this, I just feel, speaking from my experience, 15 years now in this field, you know, I can speak from experience. If you're just falling into this, you've got to go really deep. You have to deeply understand the level of infiltration and the very fact that this system is built on infiltration. And take care. If you take care over truth, if you lack care over truth, you'll be deceived. And I coined the phrase a few years ago now, half-truthers. Half-truthing is dangerous. You know, you get these people that just kind of pay lip service to it. they'll go, you know, they'll wake up and then they'll just fall into one person and stick with them forever, and you can't ever question that person, and that's where they go for all their information. But that person is beyond question. I mean, we hear it a lot here, you know, with David Icke and those kind of, you can't, in those people's minds, you can't question the likes of David Icke. He's up there on the pedestal. He's been quote unquote doing it for years. And this isn't a video specifically about David Icke, right? There's a lot of agents out there, guys. You got to take it serious. You cannot half truth. And a lot of people might not like what I say, and, you know, it might feel like a little bit disheartening. Oh, well, that person, you know, he's saying that, or she's another one. I've said it before, I don't get on camera and just spout anything. When I look at people, I've spent a lot of time looking at people. And if I like someone, I'll make a video about them, like I do with Sovereign Spirits, like I did with Insights of Tony. But as soon as there's those clear rug pulls, and, you know, I'm just seeing so many people just with a lack of care or inexperience promoting people.
I talk about the lack of care for truth. I mean, for truth itself, not just this truth topic or that one. I mean, for truth itself. There's a lack of care for truth in this realm. And I've spoken about that even recently. This whole 11-minute video is just him copying and just muddying the waters. And that's what people love. That's why they hit the like button. There's almost 60 likes on this short little video that he made 49 minutes ago. They're gobbling it up as usual. I'm going to give it a thumbs down as the likes climb up. 59 likes. That's why I say I can't help most people. They're drawn to shit. They're drawn to liars, thieves, plagiarists, shills. That's what people love. Shilling for shekels, and people love it. They love it. And they'll argue with me saying, what does it matter if he's stolen from you? I've encountered that many times over the years on my channel. Why do you care, Stephen, if he rips you off? So long as he's putting the message out there, who cares if he's stealing from you? Most of you don't even care about right, wrong, dishonesty, thievery. Nothing matters to most people. Most so-called truthers have no fucking moral compass, no ethics at all. They're just garbage. They're just trash humans. And they'll say, what does it matter if he steals from you? So long as he's putting the message out. Most of you on earth don't care about right and wrong. You don't care. So why should I help you? That's what I have to wonder. I ask myself that every day these days. That crosses my mind at some point. Why should I help these beings on earth? They don't care if I'm stolen from every day. Why am I trying to help them?
People compounding the issue, and these people will, I've had it myself, trust me, they will schmooze you up, against you to get close to you, because they know that when you're talking, people are going to listen, and they want a piece of that pie. They want a part of that. They'll schmooze you up close to you to the point where you might even invite them on the channel. I mean, the amount of interviews I've taken off my channel recently because I realized that person was...
Oh, you're taking interviews. Why won't you do an interview here or have me on your channel? One or the other. You have no interest in that, but you have interest in talking with shills. Isn't that interesting? Tony Sayers has no interest talking with me live, having a conversation. It doesn't have to be a formal debate. He just won't do it. And there's a few on my channel that understand he's a coward, but most on YouTube can't even understand that much. To me, that's so simple. It's so obvious. And that's why I don't respect people that can't do that much. If you can't see what a coward he is, dodging me for years while he steals and copies, I don't respect you then. How can I? Can't respect intelligence that isn't there. A lot of you just want to follow someone. You don't care if they're shit. You don't care if they're immoral, unethical. You don't care if they're a coward, a thief. Most people just want something to watch. just like an old person sitting watching TV, and they'll say, well, there's nothing on TV, but at least I have something to watch. That's the level I think most beings are at. You have no real care for truth. Most beings. It's so rare to encounter anyone that even cares about truth itself at all. Most people coming to my channel by the thousands over the years would not ask themselves, why doesn't Tony come on this channel? He's been invited many times to come on here live. I've even invited him in his chat during his live streams. Come on over, and we'll do a live stream on my channel. He's afraid of even the name El Diablo. He'll try to hide behind that. Well, El Diablo, that means in Spanish, that means the devil. I don't know. This is the level they're at. I don't know how any of you on earth could respect these creatures. How do you go about respecting cowards? I don't understand it. Known cowards that have been outed, and there the likes climb up. It was about 55 when I started talking about him. It's 62 now. They all hit the like button over there. I don't even think he has to say it. They just do it. And then more people find his channel. He has 27,000 subscribers on his channel, by the way. It's disheartening. It makes me question why I keep doing this. Because you've made it clear what you prefer. You follow these shitheads, you're going to get recycled. And you deserve it.
Wasn't that who I thought they were? And I just think we've got to be more careful. And I just think they want a part of that. They'll schmooze you up close to you to the point where you might even invite them on the channel. I mean, the amount of interviews I've taken off my channel recently because I realized that person wasn't who I thought they were. And I just think we've got to be more careful. And I just think that people have to show more discernment and have to really deeply understand how deep all this infiltration goes. And like I say, this doesn't apply to everyone. I know a lot of you, you know, you've been on my channel for a long time. You get it. You see all these agents. You see the infiltration. And again, it's a little bit like more hopium because someone's followed someone for a while and they are come across as a nice person, quote unquote. I can't believe we're discerning information on whether someone is nice or not. But anyway, I feel like I just really needed to get that off my chest. It's been really bothering me all day, you know. So I'm going to try and get back to sleep now. But take care, guys, and I'll see you on the next video.
I will not be participating in the loosh harvesting humiliation ritual that is the new Odyssey movie. It is the exact same procedure they do every time. They take our heroes and they drag them around.
So they basically made loosh harvesting and the word loosh mainstream now. Even normies use it. Even flow gay, I've heard use it. They mainstream these terms. That's why I don't call it loosh. Flow gay says it. This guy says it. I think even Talcott and Landry have used the word loosh. And they know nothing about the topics covered on my channel, for example. But they know it's a popular word now. It's trendy. So they use it. Most people don't pick up on this stuff. That's why I mention it. I try to get people to learn something. I'm trying to teach you something about how this stuff works. I have normie family that would probably use the word loosh if they heard a coworker at work say it. And they wouldn't relate it to what I talk about on my channel, which they don't know about at all. And it doesn't strike people as odd. Everything's normal in Hell Realm. That's the way most people behave. As though everything's just normal. Everything. I don't trust people that steal from me. I don't trust untrustworthy beings. But thank you Salty Siren, I really appreciate what you wrote. It matters because you had the curiosity, brilliance, tenacity, passion, knowing, and courage to not only look at this place and its inhabitants, but to conclude the horrific nature of the realm with a solution. It has to be done. This can't be allowed to go on forever, and this can't be allowed to spread. Sealing this realm is the only moral thing to do. To allow this to continue is immoral. And I know I'm in a realm where moral and immoral don't mean anything to the vast majority on earth. It's just get what they can. And that's the way they behave. They behave like tigers in the jungle, ripping food out of each other's mouths. That's what they look like to me. And there's footage of the tribal tigers doing that, taking food literally out of another's mouth, sitting around the cooking stew pot of bushmeat. And that's the way people are in this realm. And it's wrong. And people have to make a choice about what they're going to follow, who and what they're going to follow. And I've tried to encourage people and I've tried to motivate people to choose wisely. But I do not believe that most are capable in this realm of even knowing what wisely is or what moral is at this point. They're so spiritually and mentally fucked in this place that they don't know anything. And I'm not making any excuses for them, by the way. They've made choices to fuck themselves by following evil, destroying their memory and minds with drugs, their behavior, their addictions, all sorts of things. They've done all sorts of things. It isn't just the realm inflicting things upon them. They've made choices, shitty choices. I made this meme earlier today or yesterday before midnight. Do you trust him to lead you to truth and freedom? Do you? Purple font on purpose. You gonna trust this tigger with tarantula leg hair, a spider in his hair, a cockroach on his face, on his hand, watermelon, a pineapple, clown face? You could say, oh, you're just mocking him, Stephen, with this meme. He's got a binky pacifier, aka soother, in his mouth. Purple one. A purple and gold pacifier. But the thing is, I can make it this obvious and people will still line up to follow. That shows me what beings are in this realm and where I am. What most people do is they just prove my point without them willing to admit it. You prove that you follow shitheads. You follow zombies. You follow cockroaches. You follow low IQers. You follow ones that are laughable jokes, crybabies. Ones that are crying about money all the time. That's what you follow. That's what most of you follow. I tell you to choose wisely, and most people run to shit channels. You can't get enough. Now, it's not everyone here. There's just a small core group that don't do that. Almost everyone else does, though. People that talk about discernment, I almost break up laughing because I know what you follow. I know all those shit channels that they're watching on YouTube. It's incredible that some of you even have the audacity to use the term discernment and apply it to yourself, because you have none. I see what you're watching and who you defend. There's people that defend these cockroaches for years. You have zero discernment.
Like Achilles dragging around Hector. I'm not participating, and that's exactly what they want us to do. They want us to watch. They want us to partake. 3 hours of our energy gone, and some sort of strange ritual, watching them tarnish all the things in this world that we hold sacred. I'm not doing it. I will watch the reviews making fun of it, dunking on it, but I'm not going to give them my energy, and I suggest you don't either. People are saying it's going to be a Trojan horse. I don't buy it. It's a secret Trojan horse. It's actually a good movie with wholesome, heroic values. I don't buy it. I don't buy it just because it's Hollywood. And what is Hollywood? It's a dark magic factory churning out content to demoralize us. And if it is supposed to be heroic, they're going to put a little flip on it, a little nihilist twist on it. It always is. It wasn't always like that, though, you know? 2000s had some really good bronze core movies. You know, Bronze Core, Troy, Alexander, Gladiator, even I would rather watch 300. But if you want to watch some good Greek core movies, Iphigenia is a great one. I suggest that one. I suggest the Odyssey miniseries, Odyssey documentaries. There's lots of good stuff. People are going to do it anyway.
So this is what baby truther channels do that are big channels that get thousands of likes. This guy gets 46,000 views in 3 days. $3,000 likes. It's just incredible. The shit that you gobble up. So he's saying Hollywood shit, but go back to the earlier movies. All the way back to the earlier 2000s. Less than 25 years ago. Go back then to watch the movies that he recommends. In other words, stay tethered to Hollywood is what he's recommending. Never break free. And never break free from the hell realm. So they'll talk about work and money and the same old topics. I'm convinced most people just want to hear the same topics. Forever. Most truthers, they call themselves truthers. Baby truthers is what I call them. Little babies. They never evolve. They never grow up. They just want to say this realm sucks. Life sucks. Working sucks. They wish they had more money. Hollywood sucks now. Video games suck. It used to be better. I could sum up their channels in a few sentences. And it's just on repeat. And they can't even notice the people that watch this shit. They watch misery. They watch these channels that are on YouTube for profit. You're watching shit that's on here for profit. Most will never understand. They just can't get it. Most people are just too fucking dumb. Just too dumb. They'll say, oh, modern Hollywood's bad. Modern feminist, this is bad, but it used to be good, they'll say. Like he just did. He just said it used to be good. Did it really? Did it really used to be good? Looks like we have a critter backstage, a creature. It's probably Nolan. That's what my guess would be. I think it's probably Nolan backstage. He likes staying up late and harassing me. He's never contributed anything at all worthwhile. What's up, Nolan?
How are you? Good morning.
What's up, creepy creature?
Not much. What about you?
Why are you using the name Frank?
Because I actually like his face. He's a very handsome guy.
Goodbye, creep. I knew it. Very predictable. Salty Siren said, I'll read what Wendy said first, just a different flavor of programming. The earlier movies. I agree. Different flavor, slightly different agenda in some cases. And sometimes they might make a good film that isn't laden with evil programming just to make you believe that Hollywood isn't all bad. And it works. If there's one film in a year, let's say in 2003, there might have been one good film that wasn't filled with fucking obvious programming. Most people would say, see, Hollywood can still make a good movie. That's one good one. Hollywood isn't all bad, and it's enough to fool people. Maybe it's one movie a year, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5, regardless. There's hundreds of shit movies made that are just programming minds and degenerate and anti-white and all sorts of things. And it's an industry. and it's coordinated. And people will point to one, just like I've said, they'll point to the one good berry or one good cherry or strawberry in a fridge full of rotten meat. They'll say one thing's good. It's not all spoiled. It's not all bad. That's what humans are good at doing. They ignore the majority and they'll point out the exception. They get hung up on the fucking exception. It's so annoying. Anyway, some of them are just zombies like Nolan, just zombies that don't deserve to be near me, and they won't be once I leave this realm. I'll make sure that you stay here. I'll make sure of it. Salty said, even good spirits you can't fully trust because of their empathy, because their empathy takes over and makes the poor decision. Yes. And there's something about women that even if they know someone is a criminal, the majority of women feel empathy and compassion if for invaders that come in and do horrific crimes, even ones that do crimes against children. Women don't want to shut off and say they deserve justice. They don't deserve empathy. Men are more prone to saying no empathy for them. They deserve to pay for their crimes, justice. Women in general lean more towards empathy, including for evil, and men lean more towards justice. And there's studies done on this now. So women should not be leaders because they'll feel empathy for enemies and feel sorry for them. And the floodgates open and destruction ensues. That's the way it is. That's the way it is.
In the data emerged. Ever wondered why women behave like this? Ever wondered why typically across the entire Western world, women are more likely to vote left-wing, more likely to oppose the death penalty, and more likely to oppose controls on mass migration, even though women are more likely to be negatively impacted by it? Well, this study, which recently went viral again on X, might contain the answer. In 2006, researchers conducted an experiment where they had a group of men and a group of women play an economic game. The participants gave a sum of money to a researcher, who then chose to return an amount of money of a high or low value. The participants quickly learned who they could and couldn't trust, who was more likely to screw them over unfairly. But it was when the participants were subjected to brain scans that significant differences in the data emerged. After themselves being given electric shocks, the participants then watched as the researchers they played against in the game were also given shocks. The fMRI scans monitored how the participants responded when both the players that had treated them fairly and unfairly were shocked. For men, the parts of the brain that process empathy were activated when the researchers who'd played fair were punished. But when the researchers who had conned them were shocked, the male participants instead showed increased activity in the reward pathway of their brain. Moreover, this reward-related activity was greater in those male participants who expressed a stronger desire for revenge on the researcher who conned them. And for women, to a large extent, the female participant showed an empathic brain response whether they liked the person who was being hurt or not. And their brains did not exhibit reward-related activity when someone they disliked was hurt. In other words, men don't feel empathy for people they don't like receiving a punishment for bad behaviour, whereas women still feel empathy for bad behaviour, whereas people they don't like receiving. In other words, men don't feel empathy for people they don't like receiving a punishment for bad behaviour, whereas women still heart was hurt. In other words, men don't feel empathy for people they don't like receiving a punishment for bad behaviour, whereas women still feel empathy for people they don't like being punished, even though they deserve the punishment. Men's empathy is conditional on how the opponent treated them. Women's empathy is basically unconditional. They want to alleviate everyone's suffering, whether or not to alleviate everyone's suffering. Conditional. They want to alleviate everyone's suffering, whether or not it's justified. Women's empathy is basically unconditional. They want to alleviate everyone's suffering, whether or not it's justified. Good Lord, does that explain a lot? The researchers concluded these findings could indicate a predominant role for males in the maintenance of justice and punishment of norm violation in human societies. More women in positions of power, less maintenance of justice, and less severe punishment of norm violation in human societies. More chaos, more crime, more societal decay. We're basically throwing away our human societies. More chaos, more crime, more societal decay. We're basically throwing away our entire civilization so as not to hurt women's feelings. Unconditional empathy, pathological altruism, call it what you will. But the scourge is real.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Thank you so much. I was awesome. Police. Hold on.
Police. Oh, España.
Oh, no.
Para acá,
For me, bro. For me, bro. For me, bro. For me, bro. For me, bro, ladies.
No, actually. No.
Ladies, for me.
No.
Ladies, for me. For me.
Let women run the West. Let them run politics. Let them be police chiefs. Let them control the borders or not control the borders. Let women be leaders, and civilization will be done very quickly because the floodgates are open. And most women support it. Most women feel sorry for the invaders from Africa, for example, and they hate men like me for speaking the truth and call me racist. White women that live here. That's the way most are. You feel sympathy for criminals, for destroyers that would torture you and grape you. And who do you treat like are monsters or older straight white men? It's remarkable to witness. It really is. And that's a big part of female nature. They feel in their feelings that they're oppressed. And they feel like straight white men like me are privileged, just the way Trexty said. She put it perfectly. She summed up the way a lot of Western white women are that way. I made this meme. Thank you to my lovely patrons. Oh, wait. No donations accepted. No Patreon. No membership club on YouTube to join. It's all free. Go join another channel if you want to pay for programming. Cheers. And that's what I encourage you to do. Stay away from me. There's lots that want to be programmed. Give to the needy, not to the greedy. I try to put messages out there, but I know I'm in a realm of demon tards. That's what this realm is, filled with demon tards that love to pay to be programmed and lied to. They love it. They love it. And that's why other channels get so many views, likes, comments, and they're for profit. You show me every day, humans, what you support. Every day. And there's Trexty. She, in her mind, straight white men have just been handed everything in this realm, in her leftist view. Anti-white. And I know some of you have a lot of work to do. You're confused. You'll say, how could she be anti-white when she looks white? You just don't get it. There's millions and millions of women that are white women that are anti-white. Millions. And you just don't get it. I just don't think most people are capable of getting it. It's a waste of my energy trying to get people to see. They can't do it. They just can't do it.
So for them, it's like, why would I waste my time speaking to a woman if she's not going to put out for me? That is a very scary mentality.
Yeah, so a lot of women aren't told how men think, and men do think like that. They think about what's the cost per nut. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome to my reaction series. So there's a man that is going viral on TikTok, okay? And he's going viral because I guess he sent a girl a voice note that has TikTok talking. Now, here's the thing. Imagine if a woman sent a voice note and a man aired her out online, or like put a nude on the internet or something like that. It would be World War III. It would not be, it would be in bad faith or a bad taste to air out private messages. But now women are just doing that willy-nilly. So let's see what this girl has to say. Also, before I start, there's a Google form in the description. We want to come to your city, but you have to apply. We have to get 1,000 emails. We're at about 600, and I'd love to meet you guys in person. So fill out the Google form.
I figured I'd send you a voice note because it's like easier than like texting all this. But anyway, had a good time tonight. Definitely think you are lovely. However, I would love to, if we're gonna go to your place on Thursday, I mean, I am looking to have that physical intimacy to see if like I am sexually compatible with you. So like if I'm gonna come over.
Okay, so this is a guy that's not really reading the room and like social cues. This is women don't like men that have to directly say it. Like, and it's unfortunate because now we're adding in consent and stuff, but do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, imagine if I say on a first or second date that I want to get married and have kids, and a lot of guys that's going to turn off.
I have to wonder what the female mind is like. Not that I want to really experience it. I don't think I would want to. I just don't think I would. Because it's so illogical. It seems so senseless. It seems like a place that's like a hall of mirrors run on estrogen and camel toe tears or something. It's a hall of mirrors run on estrogen and camel toe tears. There's some lyrics for a new song. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. I don't know how they function. I don't. And I know a lot of women are so simple. I've heard stupid shit said my whole life. They know nothing about men. Most women. I've heard women say with a straight face, oh, we're the same, we just have different plumbing. They think that our sex organs are the only thing that's different about us. The simplicity of the female mind. I think females are the simpletons. They love to say men are simple. Men are the ones with abstract minds, abstract ideas, complexity. I think women are very simple. They want attention. They want to care for the helpless. I think women are emotionally driven beings. I think they're simple. I don't think they're hard to understand. I don't think they're complex. I think women are the simple ones. I think we've been lied to about that, saying men are simple. Are there some men that could be simple? Sure. The low IQ ones, which is how a lot of women love to try to judge all men. You pick the lowest IQ ones and then you say, oh, men, they're all stupid. There's a lot of anti-white, misandrous women in this realm. There just are. There's a lot of women that they could be in the presence of a total genius male and they just can't admit it. They can't do it. They're that insecure. But a lot of women just feel like they always feel oppressed, even if they're privileged, even if they have it so much easier in a certain society or a country or in the Western world, where so much is done to protect them. And in some cases, zero's done. You could have 1,000 or 2,000 women's shelters for abused women and have zero in the whole country for men. And women will still say, we're oppressed. That's the way they are. That's the way women, the female mind is not driven by truth and fairness. It's just emotional. And emotions don't care about truth and fairness. I don't think you want justice the way I do. I just don't buy it en masse. I don't think females want justice handed out, doled out to all the creatures that abuse children for decades in the UK, the Packy gangs. I don't think you would do what I would do to them. And I wouldn't hesitate, and I wouldn't be crying. I wouldn't be shedding tears because they deserve it. So my mind is wired differently than the vast majority. I'll put it this way. The vast majority of women on earth do not think the way I do. They don't. And I know it. I know they don't. I've said this for years because it's observable. And women will change their minds on their period. Their hormonal cycle will change what they think and change their decision making within a matter of days. And they'll also be moody and miserable, and they'll not like certain people they'll treat their loved ones like shit at times. Certain women, not all, but some do. On their cycle. Men don't do that. Men don't do that. Men like me value justice, truth, justice, honesty. I don't think those are priorities for women. I don't think they crack the top 5 on a list for women. I think most women would be more concerned with their makeup and looking pretty. And they get upset when men talk about it this way. They don't like to hear it. I know a lot of them don't like that. But really, it's what they prioritize. They put their looks before hundreds of thousands of children being molested. Most women would care more about their looks that morning than justice. That's the way it looks to me. When I look at women's behavior, they'll spend more time applying makeup and thinking about makeup and putting together an outfit, what they're going to wear, and their shoes and their purse, and what purse to carry that day to matches whatever. And that's their focus. They're focused more on that shit. And in a man's perspective, that is just trivial shit. Women don't like to hear that. Whereas in a man's mind, I'm thinking about justice. I'm thinking about fighting evil. I'm thinking about protection and weapons. And I'm thinking about different things than you are. That's the way it is. And I'm aware of this. Now, do I think most men will just openly say what I just said? Probably not in today's era. Do I think Talcott would ever be able to say what I just said? No. He likes to blame men and say men are worse at this, and it's men's fault, and men are the bad ones. And they love, there's cucks in this realm, like male feminists that like to paint men, all men, including white men, or especially white men, as bad and stupid and at fault, and men need to change. And he just sounds like a feminist. And a lot of women sit back and they applaud that shit. They applaud these fucking losers like Talcott that make society worse and worse and worse for you and your children. There is a cost, including to your children, and some of you have grandchildren that might watch this. There's a cost to you supporting the Talcotts of this realm. There's a cost of in terms of you supporting female feminists as well, and female, quote, leaders, and ones in politics that ruin things and make our countries worse. There's a cost. Do I think most women see the cost or long-term cost 5 years ahead, 10, 20? No, I don't think you think that way. I think women live in their emotions in the moment. If you feel good today, you'll say, it's not a hell realm. I feel good. I had a good day. You had lunch with maybe your girlfriend, female friends. I think it's weird, actually, when women call them their girlfriends, but they do it all the time. That's been normalized in Western society. They'll say, I'm going out with my girlfriend. You might as well be a lesbian. And then you'll call your husband your partner, which is what gay couples do. A lot of females sound gay these days, and they don't even realize it. They're not even aware of it. But anyway, I think for a lot of you, it's just your emotions. You determine things on how you're doing, like the whole realm. You try to extrapolate, or, well, I'm doing good today. It must be a good realm. I feel good. My feelings are good. Nobody hurt my feelings today. And it's kind of like dealing with little children. And women sometimes feel insulted by that. But that's what it's like. I've even made it into comedy at times and said women, even girlfriends, like a little treat. They're like little children. You could send them a little treat and they feel special and they feel like they got attention. Or if you're somewhere, you stop at a gas station to pump gas, and then I go into the snack bar, and if I bring her a little treat, they like getting a little candy bar or a little, M&Ms, or just a little treat, something, a little surprise. And it's no different when I look back thinking about how my younger sister was, and I was an older brother, how she just loved the same thing when she was 5, 6 years old, like getting a little treat. When I came home from kindergarten my first day, and she was at home because I'm the older brother, and she got a little treat. I think my mom bought her a little pack of gum or little candies or something. And that's the way it is. And I notice it's that way. I notice that grown women are happier if you treat them like little children and give them little surprises and little treats and stuff like that. It's the way they are. No, I've never heard other men speak that way. I don't know if other men notice that. And most men, even if they did notice that, would be afraid to openly say it on the internet or say it in person. Because they'd say, oh, they're going to say, I hate women. I'm comparing them to little children, and how a little treat, they react the same way, whether they're 30 or 3 years old or 30 years old. There's not much difference in terms of that. They just find it insulting, but it's true. I think most women find truth insulting and offensive. It hurts their feelings, and they put their feelings before what's true. You could tell them about what's going on, like what happened in the UK, and they just say that's sad, and they go right into the emotions. They don't want to say, we got to stop this, we got to take action, we got to get justice. That's male. That's the masculine way. We need to take action. Action is a male trait. It's the masculine side. The feminine just wants to sit and cry about it and say how sad it is. How sad it is, but not even get justice on the culprits, the criminals. Because justice isn't at the forefront of their minds. Their feelings are. Their coochie chakra is at the forefront. And this isn't slamming women. I'm just observations. That's the way I look at it. And if I'm wrong, women would prove me wrong in society. Their behavior would exhibit that I'm wrong by the millions, hundreds of millions of you. And it never does. Your feelings first. And you're not the only ones. There's males that are that way as well. That's why they're called feminine, because their feelings first. They put their feelings first. Like Talcott, and like that fake philosopher that Joshua had on. It's feelings first. He doesn't care about the truth. The last live stream that I covered, his guest, his shitty live stream, said it's horrific if some being put us here and we didn't choose this. He says he doesn't want to think about that. Well, it hurts his feelings. He's up in his feelings. He's putting feelings before truth. He wants what feels better. He wants to believe what feels better. He's very feminine. There are very feminine males in this realm. Not all, but some are. And there are also some women that are masculine that are not feminine at all. And to a masculine man, a woman that's not feminine is just abhorrent. Might as well be a lesbian. Like, there's no attraction. And I don't think women understand that either. I think for the most part, women don't understand, because they're trying to make themselves en masse as masculine in modern times as they can, with nose rings, with tattoos, dressing in ways that are not feminine, smelling, not even showering, not wearing perfume. All that's out the window. No deodorant. A lot of stinky hippie women and alternative women that are covered in tattoos and piercings, and they don't even use deodorant. They're smelly. There's nothing feminine about their behavior, their voice, their attitude. They're just not feminine inside and out. It's not just looks and clothing. They're not feminine at all. Yes, and that's a way to control the masses. It's a way to control them and have the masses at each other's throats and to just make it more of a hell realm because people don't care what the truth is. They just go by feelings. Half the population plus, because it isn't just women. Women are more than half the population, and then there's a certain percentage of men that just go by their feelings, like Talcott. He doesn't go by logic and truth. He doesn't investigate things. He's never looked into my channel. He'll bash my channel and say, quote, you promote a hell realm, which I don't. I reveal and expose what the realm is. I don't promote it. But he's feminine, and he's not the only one. There might be 20, 30, 40% of males could lean more feminine, more feelings-driven, feelings-based than logic, truth, justice. And I'm not saying that I don't have any emotions. That's another thing that women will tend to do. They'll say, oh, you need to get in your feelings more, Stephen. You need to feel shit. Like that Jade Tarot said, and other women on YouTube panels. You need to feel more. I feel, but I choose mostly to go by the truth, logic, reason, justice, observable truth, rather than getting all wrapped up in emotions. I want a clear vision of where I am. That probably seems alien to most women. A clear vision? How are they going to do that when they're just thinking about their tampons and their purses and their shoes and what outfit they're going to wear that day and how they're going to impress someone with their outfit and dress for success and all this stupid shit that I heard in high school? There were girls in one of my classes that we had to do these skits for a certain class. And they made it all about clothing and dress for success. And they even had a song, just all that shit. It was just stupid. Stupid. And back then, in 10th or 11th grade, whatever it was, I thought it was stupid back then. I thought it was dumb what they did. And I still do. But I'm aware that we're wired differently. Brain, mind, body, central nervous system, and perhaps spiritually as well. Now, I know losers would argue with me, as they tend to do, as Finkelstein and others saying, well, what does it matter? There's no race or gender with spirit. How do they know that? I think that's an assumption. I think there are different species of spirits, and I also think that I was always male until I'm proven otherwise, proven wrong, and I don't think I will be. I think I am masculine as a spirit, not just in a masculine body or male body. I think it extends beyond the meat suit and beyond this hell realm. That's what I think. And I have reasons for thinking that way or suspecting that that's the case, that my identity is my own. And that, yes, it does matter. There are different sexes. And that isn't just a dream of this realm or construct, that it goes into the spirit realms as well. Now I realize I'm probably almost alone in thinking that in this entire realm, because most are fucking idiots and followers in this place. They just follow what they're told. If they're told as little children, oh, there's no such thing as boys and girls as spirits. If once you're a spirit, you don't have a sex. And yet at the same time, they'll teach you that you need fucking clothing and robes and shoes in heaven, in Catholic school. And I'm not kidding about that. They did. They said to me as a child, well, what would Jesus be wearing then if he didn't have a robe on? Well, I thought he was a spirit in heaven. I thought he ascended into heaven. He needs fucking clothing? Does he need to go to a clothing store and get tailored clothes? Fucking hell, man. People are so stupid. And it's not just those teachers. That's common in this realm. People spew things out of their mouths. They go, ugh, and they never think before they speak. They never think about it. And you could stop them dead in their tracks. And they'll say, well, I never thought of that. What the fuck would you need shoes for, and cars for, and clothing in heaven, and a house, and libraries, and books, and cars, and traffic, and jobs, and this and that, and food, and restaurants, and libraries, and schools? You want to repeat this and pretend that you're in heaven? Then go ahead. Go get duped. They can set up another illusion for you. But I'm leaving the whole matrix. I'm not buying into any of the shit that most people in this realm buy into and repeat mindlessly, like mindless zombies. And that's not just a mere insult. I'm not saying this stuff just to say, they're so stupid, they're zombies. It's beyond unpleasant to deal with them. It doesn't make me feel better, like it's an ego trip, like, they're stupid zombies. It's painful to be in this realm around so many zombies. It doesn't make me feel good or better. It just makes me want to be away from them because they're unreachable. There's nothing I can say, create, or do to reach them. Nothing. I've tried everything for decades. Nothing reaches them. Nothing. So I think they will serve endless lifetimes here until this is shut down. And some people they can't even get the time differential that I've explained for years. And it's like, how many times do I have to explain things? They'll say, why hasn't it been shut down already? If I passed away this minute, I might be out of the matrix instantly, but it's timeless. I might start trying to end it, and 10,000 lifetimes go by in here because of the time differential, which to me is simple to understand. But apparently there's so many tiggas in this fucking realm, like Finkelstein, they can't imagine that. They think, well, isn't time? It's the same everywhere. No, it isn't. It's timeless in eternity. So it's in 10,000 lifetimes would be like no time went by. I just got out. And you could spend 10,000 fucking lifetimes suffering here, which is why I'm trying to get it through your heads how important it is to get out when you have the chance and not to be recycled and do this again. Because when is your next opportunity to figure out what this place is and to get out? It's not a guarantee whatsoever that if you get recycled that you're going to know what to do your next lifetime. You won't have a memory of what I'm saying right now. To me, this is simple. I should never have to explain this. But I know what realm I'm in. I know the short memory, the short attention span, just the way not everyone, but the way almost everyone is and almost everything is here. Nothing sinks in with the vast majority of beings that I've ever encountered and spoken to. Nothing. There are people that were on my channel 2-3 years ago. I bet nothing, once they stopped coming here, I bet they remembered nothing. I wouldn't be surprised if they could barely even remember, let's say, my name, or maybe they forgot my name. They might have forgotten my name and the name of my channel by now. I'm not kidding about this. This is a realm of beings with short memories, attention spans that it seems like a mosquito would have more of an attention span and memory than most humans at this point. It's actually disgusting to me to witness it. And they'll just shake their head saying, we're not getting degraded. They'll deny and deflect and argue. That's what humans are good at. You're not good at facing things and pondering it and thinking about it when someone says something that is meaningful and makes sense. Few ponder things in this realm. That's what I've noticed. I think what I put forward in terms of a working model for this reality makes sense. the physical aspects of my model and the spiritual aspects. The mental, the psychic, the spiritual, the physical, the body, the meat suit aspects, all of it. I think it adds up. I think my model makes more sense than any model that I've ever read about or heard anyone speak about anywhere in my lifetime here. That's what I think. I think I've put together the most coherent, cohesive, working model describing what this reality is and how it works and what it's doing on different levels, including spiritually. I think my model is better than anyone else in human history has come up with. That's what I think. And I've had the guts to openly speak about it and be ridiculed endlessly by thousands for years. Thousands. Ridiculed, mocked, threatened, lied about, slandered, files written about me, rumors, all of it. I've dealt with everything you could imagine, and I've kept going and speaking the truth about what this realm is. If you can't see by now that you're in a hell realm, I can't help you. You belong here. And again, that's not an insult. It's just what I see. I do not think that everyone belongs out of here, because it shouldn't take you 2, 3, 4, 5, 50 years or 50 lifetimes. It just shouldn't. Shouldn't. It really shouldn't. I've done my best to help beings that, for the most part, in this realm have tried to harm me and harm my loved ones and threaten me and threaten my loved ones. Now, I'm not saying you've all done that, but most of the ones on my channel have not done anything good in response to the alchemical gold that I've handed out freely. And that's reality. Many have stabbed me in the back. Hundreds. You've shown me what humans are. You've just reinforced that what my model is accurate. Yeah, I don't need to try to impress anyone. I'm very content with who I am, what I am. I don't need to impress people or boast about my intelligence or try to show off, or I don't need to. I don't need to try to get fancy. Thank you very much, Wendy, saying that I've explained it perfectly. I've tried my best, and I've tried many different ways of describing, of showing, from fish tanks, aquariums, to you name it. The images I put in my videos, the music I put in the recorded videos, Esoterica series, Alchemical Gold, and other videos that weren't necessarily part of a series. I've tried my best. And for the most part, I've been attacked. They love to shoot the messenger in this realm. And that's part of Hell Realm. If you speak the truth, they will try to attack you for it, threaten you for it, stalk you for it, say they're going to hunt you down, and all sorts of things. Most beings in this realm are delusional, and they also do not care for the truth. And those that do not care for the truth are not going to see truth very clearly, because they don't even want to look at it. How are you going to see something? I don't mean anyone in particular, I mean beings. How are you going to see something if you don't want to look? It's like trying to show someone an ocean, or you're at a beach at one of the Great Lakes, some of my favorite spots, and they won't look. They'll just pretend and say there's no lake there, and they'll turn their back and look the other direction. They'll cover their eyes with their hands. They'll take off their shirt if they have to, or a handkerchief or kerchief or whatever, and they'll put it over their eyes as a blindfold, a makeshift blindfold. They'll do anything to avoid looking. So how are you going to show people truth that don't want to look at the truth? You can't, is the obvious answer. I can't. You can't. It can't be done. And that's most beings in this realm. They don't want to look at the truth. They don't want to look. They don't want to look at my videos, for example. They'll make up any excuse on channels to bash me, and I'll say, have you actually looked at my content? Have you watched it to see what I'm speaking about? No, all you do is bash people. You just talk about other people. You don't have any videos. You don't have any content. You don't, and they lie about me like that little Justin creature. He's one recent example, but there's many like that lie. And that's what they do. They don't want to look. What videos of mine has he watched? So they call him a truther. And he's lied about me. He's lied about my channels and my content, which he hasn't watched. People follow liars and they call them truthers in this realm. This is an absurd realm. Just by that in itself, if you isolated it to people following liars and calling them truthers, and then his followers, I left comments on his channel recently laughing at him, calling him cringe and stuff like that, and they all ganged up. There'd be 20 replies. They're just followers. They bash me and my channel, and they don't even know what's on my channels. They don't know what's on El Diablo channel or what's on the Sanity Machine. They don't know. They bash what they haven't even investigated. It's the epitome of laziness and willful ignorance. I'd love to have some genius guests on here with immense IQ. I'm not frightened by that or intimidated by that at all. I'd have anyone on here for a conversation. Anyone. Pull someone out of Mensa, pull someone out of Silicon Valley, pull someone that's an engineer, pull someone that's a mathematical genius or whatever. A poetic, creative, literary genius. It doesn't matter to me. I'd have a conversation with anyone. I've said before, I'd have a conversation if a Satan being existed. They could come on as a guest. It doesn't mean that I would like them or befriend them, but I would talk to any being because I do have curiosity and I am interested in seeing what beings have to say, hearing it and seeing it, and discovering and delving deeper than others do or others fear to tread. I'll talk with people that people will say, oh, he's talking to shills now. He's talking to Rose 777. She's an agent and look what he's doing. And that's what they do. That's what baby truthers do. I've talked with all sorts of people here. Angry Gingy was on here. Jeremiah Finkelstein was on here. Joshua S. John was on here a couple years ago. Never a straight answer from him. Benedictine was on here. I couldn't get Chrissy Pissy to come on here. He's too cowardly. I couldn't get Matt McKinley to come on here. I couldn't get Green Wizard, Derek, to come on. I couldn't get Mushroom. There's lots of them that won't come on here. I had a little book of Emily Dickinson's poems. I think I probably still have it somewhere. I have a collection of poetry books. I used to read poetry and write a lot of poetry. The way that I do a lot of live streams, I wrote a lot of poems. Hundreds and hundreds. Just like a lot of drawings and paintings. And now I'm into writing songs, and I've made dozens of songs that will probably turn into hundreds in my lifetime. That wouldn't shock me at all. I love to create, is what I'm getting at. Now, angry little pissant demons would say, "Oh, he's bragging. He's narcissistic because he's talking about how he wrote hundreds of poems." And that's what they do. They're envious little miserable creatures. That's what they are. I don't think there'll ever be anything else, these creatures. They've condemned themselves to being that. That's all that they are. Why don't they try to outmatch me, outcreate me, outthink me, outcreate me, outimagine me, outthink me, outdo me, outmatch me? That's a direct challenge to all of them. Combine your forces. All of the Panelverse that has channels and does live streams, write more songs than I've done. Join forces. They can't do it. I'm laughing because I know that they're outmatched. I know that. And I know they're spiritually outmatched. They're not just outmatched creatively. I just laugh. I don't know how people can't see that by now. How outmatched they are. How is it possible for someone to sit here for years watching my channel and watching these channels and just not see that much? What a strange realm this is where that's even possible for people not to be able to do that, to see the difference. It seems so obvious. People can't even do that. It's just incredible. That's why I made that Two Wolves video years ago. Because even years ago, I noticed people can't see the difference. Most can't. I used to get a lot of comments back then. What's the difference between your channel and their channel? Or you're just a truth channel, just like theirs, aren't you? They can't see the difference. They just can't do it. They'll go to these channels and pay money to be lied to and duped.
Off because they're like, I don't know you. And if this doesn't go well, I still want to have plausible deniability to say no in case you're awkward or this is weird. Yeah, so this is
like, I would be hoping to like hook up, have sex, have a good time, have like that romantic spark and that physical spark there, for my own sake, because it's hard for me to continue dating someone and seeing them if I don't know if I'm sexually compatible. So
like what he's saying is reasonable. It's just very awkward. That's what I would say. It's totally reasonable for him to expect that. But if I was him, I would just do the second date, and if she doesn't let you hit, then she didn't like you.
I know you said I don't know about that. So like, I guess my thing is like, what would be the point of me coming over then if we're not gonna like hook up and like,
dude, okay, because women don't want to be told this directly. They want to say, oh, do you want to come meet my dog? And then, oh, we're here to meet the dog, and then he just kisses you, and then it's so romantic. And dang, he's kind of fumbling this.
Cuddle and like be intimate with each other. And if that's what you don't want, that's fine. But like, I think we should just like end it here then, respectfully, just because first date, that's fine. Like, you want to get to know each other, I'm all about that. But like, I am looking to have that physical aspect there, and I don't want to continue seeing someone if I don't know if that's good, if that's not there or not. So up to you. Let me know. I'm happy to, if you do want me to come over, I'm happy to do so. Would love to have a good time, and we can have some wine, hang out, and chill. But if you're not trying to hook up, then like, I think.
Oh my gosh. Oh my, yeah, you guys got to be careful. That's the Jumbotron rule. You should not send anything you don't want blasted on a Jumbotron.
That's my Mel. I don't know if this is something that I've just fallen down a rabbit hole in, or if this is something that is actually gaining a lot of traction online, but I have an opinion and I'd like to share. So I don't think he's fundamentally wrong in what he's saying. He's setting a clear boundary. It's very clear that he's only dating casually. The problem comes in when he says, what would be the point of me coming over if I'm not going to have physical intimacy with you? That's where the problem comes in. In this rise of the manosphere, the red pill ideology, all of these things that young men are being fed, it is very common for the men that fall into these mindsets that The
problem is they don't have the game to communicate that because you can't communicate boundaries. You have to show her the boundary. So if you go over there and you don't hook up, then you block her and never talk to her again. There's the boundary.
Not value the time, or they're not interested in a woman that doesn't give them the chance that they might be successful in gaining that physical intimacy, if that makes sense. So like they would not have like girlfriends because they don't see the value of having a woman as a friend if she isn't.
That's a difficult thing for women, is that most men just want to bang you. They don't like you.
Going to satisfy him in that way, right? And that can be very scary. And that is why this whole discourse online is happening, because he essentially, by saying that, made women feel like, if someone said that to me, I would feel like a piece of me. There's a lot more to me, like literature and films and my hobbies and instruments and music and like what I've done with my life and everything like that. Like you're not interested. You seriously don't want to know anything. That's the problem, that men just aren't interested in women enough mentally. They're interested physically, they're just not interested mentally. So for them, it's like, why would I waste my time speaking to a woman if she's not going to part with me? That is a very scary mentality.
Yeah, so a lot of women aren't told how men think, and men do think like that. They think about what's the cost per nut.
And it's a mentality that a lot of young men are gaining. And that's why we see things like them.
All right, let's keep going. See what this lady says.
We've been brainwashed and shamed into thinking that men have always had the reins of power since the beginning of time, when in fact man really only had the reins of power for about 4,000 years. It definitely ended officially with the British Empire having queens as the head of state. Okay, we have Mary, aka Bloody Mary, Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria, who was also bloody as hell. And somehow these matriarchal empires are staring right at us, right directly in the face, and we can somehow think that this was still a patriarchy when these women were ordering men to die en masse. Okay, so we have a witch cult, and now today, fast forward a couple hundred years since Bloody Mary, it's just a pure matriarchy. It's a matriarchy in the sense that men are given some notion that they have power and they get their egos gassed up. But this is kind of the manipulation that they're given, because it's very easy to manipulate men. And men think that we are so smart and we're so superior, and then women could never, ever be in charge. Meanwhile, if you look around today, it's pretty obvious. And if you question it, you're shamed as a bigot. If you say, actually, I think women are capable and can rule and have ruled, you're shamed and ostracized as a bigot, even though you're pointing out the obvious. When the queens, the empresses are staring at you in the face, the empress of the biggest empires that ever ruled the entire world are staring directly in your eyes, and you point it out, somehow you're a bigot. We also have these cults of sacred principalities ruled by the mother goddess. We're taught that the Greeks, they would conquer a place and they'd have to completely submit to the patriarchy. But these sacred principalities in Anatolia, they had complete and utter control over their counties. They had nothing compared to what other nations had to deal. These sacred principalities of the mother goddess could rule their own principality. So you had Pessinus in Anatolia, which was an autonomous sacred principality, and it was ruled by these priestesses. And all the slaves in that area, they were not owned by a person, they were owned by the goddess. You could not buy and sell these slaves. They were tied to this city. And that's where we're headed. You're going to have sacred principality cities. And what happened? Okay, and it's not a nice time, because a lot of the men, they end up as eunuchs. And there's a cult of the eunuch tied to the story of Attis. Okay, and Attis is the perfect example of what's going on with this priestess cult. Attis, what he was
Okay? He went against the Great Mother. He went against the Devouring Mother. The Devouring Mother told him what to do, and he said, no, actually, I'm not going to do it. She cast a spell on him, made him go crazy. He castrates himself and then becomes a devotee of this mother goddess and goes to Lydia, which is a very important region in Anatolia as well. And he, again, becomes a devotee and proselytizes her message. And what does that represent symbolically? He went against the Great Mother and was demasculated for it, exiled, and forced to do penance in order to make up for his wrongdoing. So if you go against the matriarchy, you're going to be shamed, henpecked, demasculated, and even worse, you're not even allowed in the Longhouse anymore. You're exiled from the Longhouse, which some could argue is even a worse fate, because now you're on your own and you have to serve them in order to be let back in. They will shame you. They will. And what is going on today? They are revealing that they are doing glamour magic. What is glamour magic? It's a form of lesser magic. If you read The Satanic Witch by Anton LaVey, he goes over this. Lesser magic as opposed to greater magic or theurgic magic is dressing yourself in a certain way to gain certain attributes. They know what gives them +5 stamina. They know what the stones, the attributes are when they're wearing. Everything they wear, they know. They know that the amethyst is giving them this ability and this stone gives them that ability. Okay, they know. They're experts. And what they're doing with the glamour magic, of course, makeup, we already know. And so what they're doing, now that men are catching on, this is kind of what's going on with the looks maxing stuff. Men are catching on to lesser magic, glamour magic. They'd be shamed for it. They're being shamed for it. Anything to do with wellness or health, men are kind of shamed out of, even by those other males who are upholding the matriarchy, because they know it can benefit them. Obviously, we've seen this. People who are good looking are getting by in society better. Unfortunately, that's just has been proven to be true. And so, what is this? It's also going on with Odin. Odin was called Ergi for doing magic because it was seen as a feminine art. So he was shamed because he knew that this magical craft. So Odin was shamed for doing magic because it was empowering him and it was cast as being shameful for a man to be practicing such arts. They are unmanly. They are not proper for a man. A man has to just be a grug. He can't be going into the occult. He just has to be a sword and shield guy. He can't be a spell sword. But Odin realized being a spell sword is amplifying his spear ability. So of course he's going to be a spell sword in order to get everything in order before Ragnarok happens. So he does that. He gets the runes. He helps mankind. He helps the gods. And though the Aesir originally seemed to be defeated, their descendants ultimately defeat the forces of chaos and start a new cycle. So the Aesir ultimately are victorious because of Odin and him going into something that was deemed feminine. It's the same with Paul Atreides. Why was the Bene Gesserit witch cult so afraid of Paul Atreides? They were speaking of something that he could go somewhere where they could not go. And they were terrified of that. What was that? So the Bene Gesserit witch cult can access their feminine blood memories. They can go into the weird and access the feminine memories of their ancestors. And what Paul figured out how to do through his weirding way, his prana bindu, him taking the blue drink. Okay, it's all very symbolic of men going under their own initiation. He accessed the masculine blood memories, and they're terrified of that, and they don't want that, and that's why we're not allowed to talk about real history. That's why we don't go delving into what actually happened, which is what's going on right now, which is the atavistic memory of the witch cult that ruled us. What's going on too with this is that we've been brainwashed into thinking that no, it's just been a complete and total patriarchal rule since day one. And I'm here showing you there's a sacred principality that was semi-autonomous under the Hellenic rule. And even when the Romans conquered it, was the same deal. These people were feared completely and utterly feared this witch cult was ultimately in control. And then you go to Inanna Ishtar in Babylon. What was going on there? You had the Neo-Babylonian cuck imperium happening, where every woman had to have sex with a man and had to give herself to these sacred orgiastic rites before she got married at least once. So if everyone's a cuck in the total cuck Babylonian imperium, nobody's a cuck. And that's what's happening today now. If everyone's a cuck, nobody's a cuck, right? Welcome to the Neo-Babylonian Ishtar Empire that we're living under. Everybody wants to point, oh, we're living in here. Oh, it's the new Roman Empire. Oh, it's the new this. It's the new that. No, it's the Neo-Babylonian cuck imperium. That's where we're living. It's been normalized. People love showing off their witch handlers. They love it. It's what they live by. They brag about it. They think it's great. And society's morals have basically been inverted so much that this is actually celebrated by people. Oh, you have a witch handler. Wow, great. Yes, everyone look at her butt. This is amazing. And even saying that and saying that this is weird is seen as weird because this is how much the morals have shifted in terms of the Neo-Babylonian cuck imperium that we live under now. Okay, and then you had Cybele and the Romans. The Romans were getting their asses kicked by the Carthaginians, and they ran over to Anatolia and begged these mother goddess cultists to help them. So they brought Cybele's sacred stone back from this previous mentioned city-state, and what they did was they let the cultists in. The cultists taught them their witch magic, and lo and behold, they start winning against the Carthaginians. Is that a random coincidence? Again, we want to pretend the Romans were patriarchal. We want to pretend the Greeks were patriarchal. We want to pretend that all this happened under patriarchy. And meanwhile, they are simping for these Inanna Ishtar priestess cults whenever they can. And they have power. They have autonomy within the rule. Like, let's say you're playing Crusader Kings. You can't tax them the way you want to tax them. You can't call in your retinue from that county because they have autonomy, and you don't want to wage war against them because then you have black magic casted against you and your main character dies randomly or something like that. They feared them. Pretty much going to be back in the open ruling. It's the same with the nationalist reemergence. It's all run by Ishtar. That's why when you see the tall Nords flying around, the man is the passenger princess and the woman's at the wheel. That's why when they make contact, it's always a picture of a woman. That's why the Vril Society was run by women. Okay, the entire occult apparatus of the Third Reich was guided by a witch cult. What happened there? Have you ever read the book The Excess Male? What happened with the excess male? It claimed that the real winners of World War II, this is going to blow your mind. The real winners of World War II was Japan and Germany. You know why? Because they killed off the most men. And if you look at their post-boom economy, their post-war boom economy, it's kind of hard to argue against because they were living in absolute, total economic boom. And this book, The Excess Male, its ideal society, by the way, is 2 men for every, the ratio would be 2 men, 10 women. So 5 women for every man. That's what they think would be the best society. And maybe they have a point in some ways because it'd probably create a lot less strife, but the vehicle to get to that is absolutely insane. And you have to be a complete freak weirdo to want to control the direction of the world to have that outcome. But I think that's what a lot of these, that's kind of what the Reich wanted to do probably in the end. They probably wanted to have some crazy breeding society where they could genetically manipulate the amount of men to women ratio, especially under the guidance of the Vril Society. It was a complete psycho world. It was. These breeding factories, this culling, when that dark feminine gets in charge, it's literally the title becomes Bloody Mary. That was the first ruler, Bloody Mary. Blood. I am a real feminist because I understand the viciousness and the violence that women are capable of, and the rule by secrecy and the strings that they can pull and the absolute slaughter that can happen. Anti-feminists think women are, misogynists think women are incapable and think women are just automatons and dolls and they can't do anything and they've just been in the back seat the whole time. No, that's not how it happened. That's not true history. True history is Queen Victoria, Sisi, Bloody Mary, the pornocracy that ruled the papacy since basically its inception was ruled by the Bene Gesserit witch cult. That's why Dune resonates so much, because we all have this unconscious understanding that there is this Bene Gesserit witch cult that has been shaping society for a very long time, but no one's allowed to talk about it because it's taboo. But here's the thing. We're so naive as males. But that's part of the condition. The conditioning is thinking that they are like these sensitive beings that will cry if you do something wrong. But in reality, they can completely shatter empires and civilizations if they get their awry. So that's the thing. Like, this is the real feminism. Okay, if you want to be a real feminist, this is what you stand for. Okay, and like witches, right? Why are they always cackling? Why are they always laughing and flying? Because they're high. They're high on drugs. They put drug paste. They put some sort of amnesia mascara mushroom paste on their brooms, right? And then they ride around. They mount the broom and ride around, and then they get high. They start to fly around. They're high as a kite, laughing, communing with demons, because women invented black magic. It was women who were wandering around and collecting plants and gathering what they needed. And they were the ones who were cultivating the plants. And of course, they were the ones who found these little communion vessels first. Okay? So we live in a witch imperium. And the thing about it is this, it's not like it's something you can really go against. You can bend the knee. Like, every faction is ruled by them. In reality, you're just another pawn for the witch cult. Same thing on, like, the other side. You think you're standing up for them and this and that, but in reality, they've had power for a very long time. And so that's what I mean. It's just something that I've noticed a lot. There's just a lot of narrative and dichotomies that I just don't agree with, and I see that are constantly, like, the gender war is always framed in like the red pill sense. It's like some douche bro like finding some woman and then like making fun of her. But in reality, like, that situation, you got baited in by her. You got Venus flytrapped by her to do that. That was the plan all along. You're 7 steps behind already what happened. And you don't even realize it. Because you're being made up to be something that they want you to be made up to be. So you're reflecting exactly what they want you to reflect. And therefore you're losing because you're playing into their hand. Okay? They already knew that you were going to do that. That's why they make these videos, because they know somebody like you will do it and it benefits them. That's the thing. It's like, like Oppenheimer and these guys, I think they were wrong in their assessments. And look, you could say I'm wrong, but I at least want to give a different perspective here. Because all the rhetoric in the gender war is, we should take their right to vote away. That's not going to change anything. If they can vote or not, it doesn't matter. They're still going to rule over you through their behind the scenes And I think, okay, did women have the right to vote when Queen Victoria was in power? How do you do the mental gymnastics involved to say that these queens were somehow a patriarchy is absolutely astonishing. But they do it. And they'll do it. They'll find this video. They'll do it. They'll do a big dance. They'll do something. Okay. They'll somehow sneak it in and twist history around. Oh, actually, a woman commanding legions of armies around the world, conquering territories. Actually, that's a patriarchy. Even though a woman signed the bill and the death warrants of these cultures and people all over the world who they wiped out. Okay? And that's the mirage. It's the mirage. It's the weakness mirage. It's the non-accountability mirage. That's what. And the more people say they're not accountable, they shouldn't be allowed to vote, that is playing exactly into the hands of the witch cult. You see, we're just pawns. We're all just pawns. This has already been set up to fail, by the way. And it's going to fail. And that when they fall flat on their face and they look like absolute freaks, that was part of the plan the whole time. Okay? This is all going according to plan. Okay, they're going to have their Elysium state anyway. So it doesn't really matter how these things play out on the ground here. They already have their sacred principality city-states set up so the rest of the world isn't going to affect it. That's just the way it is. Now, what can you do? Well, awareness helps. Awareness really does help. Because then you can figure out what you want to do. And you can make better decisions and better actions if you figure out what you want to do. And what they want you to do is they want you to be a workhorse. That is the one common denominator. How did these people with diametrically opposed political beliefs somehow have the exact same common denominator that you should be a workhorse? The left and the right. As far left and as far right you want to be. The common denominator is that you need to be working very hard to achieve whatever they want to do. And so my advice, and my only advice, is to stop. Learn to enjoy the time you have. The workhorse brainwashing, going against that and becoming a slack maxer is the ultimate way to rebel against the cult, in my opinion. Because the more you work, the more they benefit. So the best way to do it, I think, anyway, and what I do and try to not do is as much at all, except the things I want to do, which is like having fun in my life, studying things I like to study, doing activities I like to do. And I don't think people should feel shame if that's playing a video game, if that's going camping, if that's going fishing, if that's shooting a bow or playing a sport. You know, sports ball gets a lot of flack, which I agree with. But the thing about sports is that it's recreational. Recreation is what they hate. Both sides. That's the common denominator. And how can they have a common denominator if they're diametrically opposed? Well, maybe they're not. Maybe both are shadow witch cults, shadow feminism on both sides. I wanted to talk about it, the witch cult society that we live in. And for women, you know, like I know I have women who listen, and it's just like, okay, women who listen, it's like this. It's like they know about the witch cult because you either, you know, get shamed of the witch cult or they just have this innate draw of the occult to them. I'm not saying that magic is bad. I'm saying witchcraft is bad because witchcraft is a manipulation type of magic. So how do they overcome it? You know, they're going to have to figure that out on their own terms. That is like an internal thing that's going on with them. That's an internal struggle with them. They're all internally struggling with actual demons, not psychological demons. That's a path they have to walk. And I'm not the one to tell them how to. And I don't really see so just be careful out there. You know, the succubus Imperium will take away your energy and your prana, and don't let everyone shame you into, and that's kind of the thing I liked. I liked the fact that I did not have to pretend to be somebody I'm not in order to get a following. And I'm very appreciative. I could play video games and I didn't have to pretend to be this work-maxing worker, be hustle and grind person that everybody else is telling you to be, and to be a good little tax unit for the witch cult of Ishtar. I would give advice, but it's like you're innately going to be drawn to witchcraft, so what can I really tell you? It's just like a kind of like a thing. I don't know how it can be like. The thing is, like, the Greeks kind of try to channel it with the oracles of Delphi, and okay, well, maybe we can use that to, like, they can, like, remote view the future for us, and we can use it to figure stuff out. But then it didn't really, like, work all the time. And it kind of just splinters off, and then it dissolves into the sacred principalities. And it's like, well, okay, like, I don't know. I don't have the answer for that side. I have the answer for the guy side. Engage as least amount as possible and be careful for these witch nets that are trying to catch you, and especially in forms of political ideologies and groups and cults and anything. Like, don't get involved in like all groups are always ending up in some orgiastic Inanna Ishtar ecstatic cult. All of them. They just that like any cult. Like the guy seems like, okay, he's in charge and he's getting all these women, but somehow all these women are picking this guy who's a cult leader. Don't join groups. Don't join cults. Don't get involved. You want to think that people have something for you. Like, people have your best interest in mind. They see themselves in you. That's just not the case. They see you as an instrument, as a pawn. That's all you are. That's where it starts and that's where it ends. That's my advice for you guys. When the Buddha, I know, like, you know, some people are like, oh, the Buddha, it's life denying. The Buddha was life denying, guys. Okay. The Buddha was not life denying. The Buddha lived more life than any of us ever could. In terms of sensual pleasure. There was a reason why he was tempted with women by Mara. That was the final test. That's the reason. Because it's like the most powerful thing out there. It wasn't riches, it wasn't an empire, it was an ecstatic orgiastic experience that he denied. That was the final test. That was the reason. Because it's the thing that guys want the most. And some guy like, oh, not me, not me. I'm pure. I'm chivalric. And that's the other thing, chivalry. Oh, God. Same thing. You can't tell me that chivalry wasn't matriarchal or feminist in some manner. Even back in the medieval days, guys were supposed to find a woman to be their muse that they have not even been with, and if it required, they were to die on the battlefield for that woman. If that is not an energetic exchange, a one-way energetic exchange on the spiritual level, I really don't know what is. I know this video is going to get me in trouble with pretty much everybody, but those of you who understand what I'm getting at here, then, you know, you just know it. And you're on the right path. And I appreciate you guys a lot. more than you know. Anyway, hope you enjoyed. Let me know what your experiences are with the witch cult, the succubus imperium. What is going on? Is there something to this? Let me know.
I don't think they were ever married. Hello, hello. Let's take a look at these degenerate demons. Do you see the difference? I'm going to rewind a little bit, try to catch where Landry gets on there. It's coming up, I think. Right around here. Creepy creatures. Creepy, creepy creatures. They're fake. They're phony. They're actors. They do this shit for shekels, for ego boosting. They're rotten all the way through.
Scripture. People like Snafu, the false witnesses. Meant to pull it up, but Scripture. People like Snafu, the false witnesses. Meant to pull it up, but I forgot to. Hey, we've got a wonderful opportunity that showed up. I am so grateful to see our friend Landry. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, you always make me blush, calling me a wonderful opportunity.
She likes your haircut, Landry.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I wanted to know something, right? And I don't want to come in here and drop names and say people and do this because that's the old me. But like, I can't help but like get something up my mind. Am I allowed to do that?
Please.
So there's a certain someone who is, I don't even want to say their name. He's associated with Tommy, right? And they're always coming at you. But I thought of something today. He never comes on here. The link's always there. But he never comes to face you directly. And I'm wondering, why is that?
I'm not sure which name you're pointing to.
I'm talking, okay, I'll just say it. I'm talking about Christos. I've never seen him over here, but every week you can find him going at demolishing Talcadia, destroying Talcadia, but he never shows up here. What's going on? How do you just demolish a place you never even visit?
That's a great observation. It's been a while, but yeah.
I saw Christos there in the chat the other day. He was applauding my comments because I was destroying Jack on his shit show. Look at this Talcott grabbing his glasses. Look at this. Landry loves Talcott. I knew it all along. It's been, what, about a year? Close to a year? Something like that. He's been sucking up to Talcott. It's gross. This whole thing is gross. He loves that Joker t-shirt. It's one of his only t-shirts, I think. He wears it all the time. Creepy, filthy, vile addict of a creature. He doesn't give a shit about his daughter. How many months has it been? 8, 9 months since he's had his daughter? He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. He has a little daughter. She must be, well, still young, a toddler maybe. Maybe she's taken her first steps. He's not around. Isn't that fascinating? And nobody criticizes. Nobody says, hey, he's a deadbeat dad. I do, but I don't see others say that. Most people just kiss up to these creatures. No matter how they live, what they do. If his daddy ran over a child and killed her, hit and run, they don't get called out on this evil shit. Most people just say it's normal. It's okay. They don't care what these creatures do. You're watching evil and most of you say nothing in this realm. Right when it's on YouTube. And you just say, well, what about the Rockefellers or Rothschild? You'll never meet those creatures in person. But you won't say shit to the ones that are right in front of your face. Most of you wouldn't say shit. They could fill your mouth up with shit and you still wouldn't call them shit. You wouldn't call them demons. Most of you. That's reality. You're as quiet as a goddamn church mouse at midnight pissing on cotton, trying not to make a sound. Most of you don't say shit to demons. So I just don't believe that people are going to become these great fierce warriors fighting demons outside of this hell realm, out of body in the spiritual realm, spirit realms. I don't buy it. Most of you are afraid to say a peep to these fucking demons, just like Peanut when Talcott came over to my channel. He's a prime example, and I'll keep going back to that. because I arrived 15 or 20 minutes, maybe less than 20, late for my premiere. And it was Salty Siren, and it was just Peanut saying hi, sitting there as Talcott came over and spewed his shit. And Salty Siren stood up to Talcott and said shit. And I screenshotted it for a reason back then. And I showed it during a live stream. And it's just, he showed his true colors. He was like a eunuch. And then later on, he tried to prove himself by leaving comments on Talcott's channel. It's too late by then. When I'm not around, you don't stand up. Talcott can come around, or a demon can come around bashing me or bashing my channel or my premiere. And if I'm not there, Peanut just says nothing. It speaks volumes what you do or don't do when I'm not around. And I see it in the end. And most of you beings won't stand up to these creatures. Even when you feel safe on my channel, most of you still won't say it's a rotten deadbeat dad, Father, I reserve for someone that's actually doing something with their children and raising them. There's 2 deadbeat dads up there. Might even be 3. I don't know if Scotty, the fatty, has children, but it's gross. And a lot of you just say nothing. And you live your lives that way. It isn't just with these ones on the screen. I know it translates into so-called real life, where you just accept all the degenerate demonic shit and you zip your lips. But as soon as you disagree with me on something, a being that's actually trying to do something in this realm, you'll open your big fucking mouth, some of you, and you'll just spew out garbage like these creatures, just like, and they'll start insulting me. That's what you're good at. But you're not good at calling out demons. Most humans say nothing about degenerate demons. That's what I notice in your realm. And it is your realm. It's not mine. I'm not from here. And some of you identify with this place and with these types of creatures. It makes you feel bad because you'll say, Steven's pointing out their little, you view it as tiny little imperfections, some of you. And it isn't. They're spiritual criminals, for fuck's sakes. Top left creature neglected his child, and his daddy ran over a child, an autistic girl, and drove away. Went back to see that she was laying on the road, dying, and then chose to drive away and hide for days. And this is what some of you support with your silence. Because again, some of you will say, I don't support him. I don't vocally support. Well, you're silent about all this stuff. And I notice it. I notice the glaring silence in this realm. Most of you won't speak about abortion being evil. You don't speak about child abuse. You don't speak about anything. Most humans, you just accept and you go along with it. Most of you go along with evil. That's the reality. Most humans. That's what you do. That's what you're good at.
He doesn't show up because I don't tolerate much from him.
He's probably sleeping at this hour of the day.
He's in the chat right now. Come on, man.
Oh, okay. Well,
what's up, Frank Monday? Mank Fun Day?
Monday.
Welcome.
They sound like degenerate zombies that aren't funny, because that's what they are. They're just gross. They drone on. Monday. They think they're clever. Look at the big smile on Landry's face. He's happy as a pig in shit to be sitting beside Talcott. That's why he's so happy. He wasn't this happy with his daughter, with his ex-girlfriend. I don't think they were ever married. But the mother of his child, he wasn't this happy. This is the happiest that you'll ever see Landry, sitting beside this demon, psychocot. Sitting on this shit show is what makes him happy. Glaringly obvious to me, but I strongly suspect it has to be pointed out for most of you that will ever view this video, because most of you can't see on your own. You demonstrate it all the time. People can't see anything. If I went on his show tonight, if Landry did a live stream tonight, hypothetically, again, this is a hypothetical, and if he let me on the show, which it'd be a big hypothetical stretch, because he usually doesn't. He'll say, oh, King Steven's here. I'm not letting him on, and ban me and not bring me on the show. But if he did a live stream tonight, brought me on the show, some of you are so fucked up. You haven't paid attention for months or years. You'd say, oh, are you good with Landry now? Are you guys friends? You thought I was friends with Rose 777. Some of you. Finkelstein did. Some of you were surprised by Rose being two-faced. Some of you are not paying attention, and it fucking annoys me. Part of me, and it's a smaller and smaller part of me as time goes on, wishes I could help you. Another part is like, fuck it. They'll never learn. They won't pay attention. They think just because I'm on someone's show that I'm their best friend. You don't pay attention to what I'm doing. You're lazy. You're sitting here lazily watching as though this is just a soap opera, a drama, or entertainment. Some of you thought for months that I was friends with Talcott. Some that used to be on my channel. Some mods even, I think, were fooled and thought, oh, well, Steven is really getting close with Jack. He's the co-host. You're absolutely foolish. You don't pay attention. So just go away. If you're on my channel watching but not paying attention or listening and just busy doing other shit and you're just half listening in and it's just like listening to a radio station or TV in the background, go away. I don't want you because you're going to get the wrong idea, make stupid false assumptions. That's what you humans do. You think I'm friends with these beings just if I go on their live stream a few times. I was on Landry's 2 or 3 times, I think. I think I was on Frank Monday's 3 or 4 times over the past maybe 2 years. And then I was on Rose 777's show. What was it, 3 times? I don't know if it was 2 or 3. I don't think it was 4. I don't know. I lost track. It might have been 3 times. And some of you treat it like we're best friends and you can't believe she's disloyal. You're at the level of discernment of Finkelstein that said that Steven threw under the bus or they thought we were friends and all this. Was I really friends with her? Was I shocked that she behaved that way? And treated me like a stranger? No. Some of you have a lot of work to do, and I don't think you're doing the work. I think you're just watching this, again, like it's a TV show, which is so annoying for me because I don't want you around me. I might as well have former family that are zombies that go to the fucking movies every weekend and watch TV shows and watch Netflix, and they're always looking at a screen watching Hollywood programming. That's the level you're at. If you can't tell what I'm doing, you're watching my channel like it's TV, and it's insulting. It's not just annoying. It's offensive. Because I'm trying to teach you spiritual lessons, and you're treating it like it's fucking television or Hollywood. You make me sick. You should be trying to learn something for your own spiritual sake. Dummies. Don't ever think that if I go on one of their shows that I'm best friends with them because I hop on live as a guest somewhere. Not just these ones, anywhere on YouTube. What a stupid assumption for any of you to make. Give your head a shake if you're doing that. Thinking, oh, I thought you were cool with Landry. You went on and you were cordial, let's say last night or something, hypothetically. You're stupid. I'm cordial with just about everyone. Until they really slander me and show what evil fucks they are. It doesn't mean I'm friends with them. Get that primary school shit out of your heads. We call it primary school where I grew up, or elementary school. That's the level you're functioning at. Oh, I thought you were friends with them. Just like Finkelstein. I thought he was friends with Rose 777. Now he's saying she's this? I knew she was two-faced all along.
Right.
His hair is getting taller.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's getting taller?
He doesn't show up because I don't tolerate much from him.
He's probably sleeping at this hour of the day.
He's in the chat. How do you just demolish a place you never even visit?
He's been here before.
It's been a while, but yeah, he doesn't show up because I don't tolerate much from him.
He's probably sleeping at this hour of the day.
He's in the chat right now. Come on, man.
Oh, okay. Well,
what's up, Frank Monday? Mank Fun Day?
Monday.
Welcome, Frank.
His hair is getting taller.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's getting taller?
Here we've got let's see.
We got they're the most unfunny, degenerate fucking demons. They laugh at nothing. They laugh at shit that isn't funny. It's just stupid. That's what they do. And that's the level some of you are at. If you're missing the point of what I'm doing and what my channel is, go away. Watch this shit. Go to a shit channel. Go join a shit channel. Pay them money. See this? You can join his shit channel. Go ahead. Give him a few bucks a month. I don't care what you support. I realize most of you on YouTube are fucking idiots and you'll support demons. It's what you do. You can't see through them. Even with tremendous effort to help you, you still can't do it. Most of you walking this earth can't spot a demon when people point out their traits, tendencies, show them, expose them. You can't do it. The black and red, which is satanic, all behind in black and red colors. The eagle of Freemasonry. He's in secret societies, this Frank Moongay, fake Frankie. And this is, you can't see through it. There's something wrong with you. It shouldn't take you years. It's obvious.
I want to check something out. We got a guest here in the back. I want to see what this is. Yola, I've brought you up. Do I know you?
Yola? Yola? Is it really Yola? Or is it Nolan? Few months, man.
Your audio sucks, brother. Why don't you try again? Okay. Appreciate you. He's an interesting character that I don't want to dismiss too quickly, but at the same time, there's a lot of red flags in his behavior with me.
Talk about Nolan?
Yes.
He's like a very, I wonder about him.
This guy's just such a moron. You talking about Nolan? He's got a big smile on his face. You talking about Nolan? Yeah, he was talking about the guy that was just on. You could hear his voice. It sounds like Nolan because it's him. You talking about Nolan? They're just absolutely retarded. And this is what people watch. And for most of you, I guess most humans are functioning at such a low level. This doesn't come across as retarded to you. You think this is normal. Absolute retards. I don't think any of them can reach on any IQ test 100. They can't even break triple digits. They're in the double digits. They're in the morons club. They're in the zombies club. And most of you just think this is normal. You talking about Nolan? You talking about Nolan? The big grin on his face. Looks like somebody straight out of Idiocracy. But again, for most of you, it's normal. Until someone like me starts making fun of them and pointing it out, then you're like, oh, maybe they are dumb. You should be able to notice this on your own. That's what tires me out, trying to reach beings in this realm. That this is blatantly fucking obvious what these creatures are. Their words show it. Their voices show it. Their behavior, their smiles, their laughter at nothing, their life story, how they're abusive to their families. Everything about them shows it. They reveal what they are. If you can't see, you've got a big fucking problem. And you don't belong around me. You should go away.
We got a guest here in the back. I want to see what this is. Yola, I've brought you up. Do I know you?
Yola? Yola? Is it really Yola? Or is it Nolan? Few months, man.
Your audio sucks, brother. Why don't you try again? Okay. Appreciate you. He's an interesting character that I don't want to dismiss too quickly, but at the same time, there's a lot of red flags in his behavior with me.
Talk about Nolan?
Yes.
He's like a very, I wonder about him too. He shows up at the most interesting times too. He's very peculiar.
Right. And that's why I'm wondering, where does he fit? Where is this? Because this is a crazy puzzle, guys. This social media experience, this human experience, holy shit, that's a crazy story, man. crazy story after crazy story, and some of them are heartbreaking, man. There's a lot of heartbreaking stories, but there's a lot of exciting ones too.
Hey, Scott to be live, is that really a registered trademark?
Yes. Well, it's more than that.
Ooh, what else is it?
It's actually from back in the day. We actually created a social media platform to try and bank on Facebook's
So he's got his teeth out the whole time. Landry is who I'm speaking about. He admitted to being a drug addict and an alcoholic and always being on something during his live streams before he took a break for months and went for addiction. But now he's happy all the time, or fake happy, fake confident. People can't see it. Why do I say that? Because I think I could do these streams, and if I never mention it, nobody would point out, yeah, he's fake. I was the first one that I ever saw point out he was fake day one when I saw this creature. Day one. When I first saw my Talcots, I saw him as a weirdo and fake and a weasel. I spotted it right away. So I have to wonder, what the fuck is wrong with most humans? You can't spot their body language and you just can't tell anything. So why would I want you around me? Why do I say that? Because you're most likely more like them. If it's normal to you, you're more like these creatures. You're not like me. And I don't trust you because I don't trust them. I don't trust what these things are. And I don't care what you think of that. I don't give a shit. I just don't want you around me. Not just in this realm or on YouTube, but for eternity. I don't want you around me. And I know that's what a lot of you want to do, is cling to me, aggravate me, harass me, slander me, follow me, stalk me, obsess over me. It's what you do. There's a pattern of that. You belong here with these fucking creatures. And in the end, when they show that they're fully demonic, they can devour you. You chose that. I'm not saying you chose it before you came into this realm. You chose it while you were here to support demons. A lot of you chose to side with evil. And when they trash beings like me, you support it with your silence. Or vocally, you support it. A lot of you, when you leave my channel, you'll go standing with them and join in with them, with their demonic group think and herd behavior, herd mentality, and herd attacks, essentially. Just like the way Tiggas attack. 6, 8, 10, 12 of them, 15, 20 of them will jump a white person and swarm and attack. It's what they do. And it's what demons do. Some of you will be on the losing side. I don't feel sorry for you because you chose it while you were here. You chose to side with demons. So good fucking luck to you with what happens to you. I told you to choose wisely. I warned you. I showed you. I tried to prepare you. I tried to inform you and educate you. And you still chose evil. So fuck you. No mercy for you will be shown. None. They can devour you right in front of me. And I'll say nothing. I'll say as much as you did to defend me when demons come after me and you pull a peanut and you just are completely silent. You say nothing in response. That's what a lot of you do. And that's what I'll do in response. To show you, I was paying attention when you said nothing to defend me against hundreds, if not thousands of demons on YouTube. You said nothing. I'll do the same for you. I'll return the favor. When you're saying, help me, Stephen, these demons are after me, I'll just say nothing. I'll just quietly observe, just like it's a movie. That's what you did. You observed, a lot of you observed the attacks on me for years and said nothing. Nothing. The threats, the attacks, the violent threats, all sorts of videos made about me. Lots of people said nothing. No response. No defending me. And you'll just keep saying I gave you priceless gold. And yeah, I did. Alchemical gold, priceless information. I did. And to defend me, a lot of you have said nothing on my channels over the years. Thousands of you have said nothing in my defense. I remember. I don't forget. And I've told you all along, I have a great memory and my memory's coming with me beyond this realm. And by great memory, I mean for the things that are important, not for trivial shit. Like who starred in what movie and what was this movie line and all this pop culture shit that zombies are obsessed with. I don't care about any of that. I care about the stuff that matters. I have priorities, and I prioritize remembering things that matter. I'll remember who said nothing and did nothing in my defense. And all the demons can come after me and you said nothing. I'll remember you. And I'll say nothing when they come for you. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. You lazy fucks that don't care as long as it's not them preying on you. You'll watch predators and say nothing. That's the truth. And it's observable.
Popularity and some other shit. So there was a lot of high level shit. We even went to venture capital and started collecting money, but then Google Circles came out and just it appeared I'm not going to say they took our ideas. They may have been first to the idea or came up with it along.
Not go too far with it, please.
Yeah, just that's what it was. But now it's got to be. It's got to be.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. Hey, Craig Lucas.
Hey, wait, I want to sing a song, Jack.
Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate the support. I truly do. Thank you.
So, hey, the other day when you had what's this guy Kenny on? Kenny looks like to me a version of Flow State, like a Timu Flow State that sings.
Okay. Yeah.
But when I first saw him, I was like, "Where did Flow State come on here and look like he's English?"
Can we please?
Yeah, moving right along. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It's
Nolan.
got to be.
Nolan, welcome back. How's your audio, please?
Is it fine now, Sir Jack?
I think it is a little
It's so
better.
clippy. It's like you're talking into it like a
Sir
frying
Jack,
pan.
can I please speak for just for 60 seconds, please? If you please pardon me. Sir Jack, it's been months now. I have missed everything, every second, every day, and every month of the time we had.
Look at the look on Landry's face. Again, body language is very revealing. And it's something I don't see or hear a lot of humans speak about online or in person. But this reveals so much. And it has to be laziness and lack of interest in understanding this realm why so few people will study this and pay attention to it. So few. Look at the look on his face, hearing Nolan speak. It's like he's in love. It's like he's gay. And then look at Talcott, the suspicious Talcott that's kind of paranoid, finger over the lips and the eyes going to slits. It's almost like Talcott thinks Nolan is working for me or something. He's paranoid about Nolan now. He's wondering where he quote unquote fits. Because they view things that way. Creatures like Talcott. He's not very bright. He's got the finger over the lips. And Frank Monday looks dirty as usual. Looks like he hasn't showered in months. He looks filthy. And his energy is filthy and demonic. I don't expect you to see that. I want to put that in there as well. I don't expect most of you that ever watch this video or ever watch my channel to even be able to notice that much. Because over my lifetime, people have proven they can't see. And they view it as normal, being blind, walking blind in this realm, oblivious, spiritually blind. I don't care if you have 20/20 vision at your eye doctor. Doesn't matter. You'll look at this and go, "What? There's nothing wrong with him." You could look at a fucking cockroach creature, most of you, and just think it's normal. Disgusting creatures that say and do disgusting things. And you're fine with most of it. Most people on earth want to defend the creatures. So fucking be it. You're not going with me, though. And I will fight you to the very end to make sure that you can't follow me out of here. That's one of the most important things to me. Helping good beings, and that doesn't just include so-called humans, animals, plants, trees, everything, birds, if you want to call them animals or differentiate and call them birds, whatever. It's not just mammals, all types of good beings, helping them, the innocent, good ones, good spirits, but also keeping the bad ones from following and stalking and destroying and ruining and bespoiling and toxifying, which is what they do. And again, that's over most people's heads too. Even that, you'll say, why would you want to seal them in here? Because I don't want them to turn everything into this shithole realm, which is exactly what they would do. Just like when you invite in third worlders, they destroy. They put their garbage all over England, all over Canada, just everywhere. And not just garbage. They ruin the lives of children. They attack women. They do everything that I don't want done. And for them, that's quote unquote normal. And a lot of you just can't see demonic behavior. So that tells me you don't belong out of here. You belong in this realm with the demons. Because for you, it's normal. Demonic behavior. For many of you. There might be 20 or less beings on my channel that it isn't normal. You'll say you really are against demonic beings and demonic evil and demonic behaviors. But most of you, it seems like normal for you. So I know there's something massively spiritually wrong with this realm. Massively. And I can't overstate it. It's huge. And it's a huge pattern once you start seeing, which again, I don't expect most humans to ever be able to do in this lifetime, in this realm, to be able to see that pattern of evil and how massive it is. Most beings on these panels immediately support demons, and also they immediately gang up against me. And that's obvious to me and to a couple or a few on my channel, but not to many. Maybe a couple handfuls. Out of the whole internet? Out of the whole realm? A couple handfuls can see? Start thinking about that.
At time we spent together, I recall the time when we didn't for all these few months. And it's finally great that I came back to a show, the Sir Jack show, the modern Jesus show, and I'm very grateful about it. So please, thanks, Sir Jack, for bringing me again.
Okay, put your tin can back in the cabinet there. We can't hear you that well.
He's not the first to say that there should be a sir before Jack Talcott. I heard that somewhere else recently too. But you know what?
Or Mr.
No, there should be a psycho, not sir. Sir is royalty. It's being knighted. Knighted by royalty. You're against it when it's King Stephen. You don't like that, but you want to be called Sir Jack. You're just a hypocritical, double standards filled demonic piece of shit. I can just imagine the way you treated your son. And by imagine, it doesn't mean that what I'm thinking happened is untrue. It's about envisioning the treatment based on his behavior over the years on YouTube. I would bet you were a piece of shit to your son, an abusive piece of shit, which is why Dominic Talcott wants nothing to do with you. And it's been, what, about a decade or longer? He wants nothing to do with you. For valid reasons. And a lot of you feel sorry for Talcott. A lot of people on YouTube do. Oh, poor Jack, he lost this. He did that to himself. And you're feeling sorry and empathy for a demon. That's another reason why I don't trust many of you on Earth. Because I see you cry for demons. You cry tears for demons. You cry tears for invaders when they come and they invade and they molest children. You're crying for them. You don't want them punished, a lot of you. You'd rather watch them destroy lives.
You know, I'm just Jack, man. That is actually a nickname I had a long time ago. Is just Jack.
JJ.
I'm just who I am, man. Guys, we have some amazing ideas, opportunities, incredibly, I'm sure.
So Jack, so before I'm sorry for interruption, but I want to mention something. For the past few months, when we had this gap, when we didn't speak together, there had a lot of events which just happened, which occurred throughout the world, especially with Trump. So we were, I think, because I took this gap with you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Hold on just a moment, Nolan. I'm sorry, your audio sucks. You're welcome to stay, but please don't speak unless it's really.
You're welcome to stay, but shut the fuck up.
Please,
it sounds like you're,
Jack,
fucking the
is my
microphone.
audio doing okay? And I have to ask, like, sometimes folks, they call in with like a tin can and a fishing line. And I'm just curious, does that happen to everyone? Is there a Roboting StreamYard problem? Because recently there has been an issue with it. Because
When isn't there
Landry
an issue
sounds
with
fucking
StreamYard?
perfect. He's like studio quality.
Here, please,
Why-
let's welcome
when
in
isn't there a problem
Craig.
with StreamYard?
Craig, welcome to you. How are you, friend?
Yeah, last time I spoke to you, we were on Shabolwa's channel.
I was trying to remember. I saw your comment. And I was trying to remember the conversation.
I asked you how much JD does it take. Do you remember?
Possibly.
How much
remember
Jack
that.
Daniels? How much? I asked you a question. It was kind of a joke. Yeah. How much Jack Daniels does it take for you to beat your wife?
So look at their questions and look at Frank Monday putting his fingers up his nose, making a face, making his eyebrows and eyes like that. I want you to really pay attention and start noticing things. That's what I'd like. But usually I don't get what I'd like in this realm in terms of the way beings behave. Because I guess this is normal to most people. Does Jack say anything about, oh, Frank, you're clowning the camera. Stop it. Come on, Frank, don't do that. Imagine if I did that. Again, I don't think it crosses people's minds that if I was on there goofing around, making faces, doing something stupid to draw attention to myself, he'd say right away, oh, come on, Stephen, and he'd kick me off. You're being a fool. You're being immature. Does he say that to Frank? This is something you should start noticing. You should have noticed this in childhood, really. A lot of you are adult, or you should all be adults on my channel. If you can't notice by now, what are you doing on my channel? I don't want your type around. I don't want zombies around. I can't notice these things. I don't want you. I don't want you near me.
That's why I asked you on Shabolwa's channel.
Not a lot.
Well,
that was a joke.
I get it. It's an impossible answer. I cannot answer a question like that.
No, it's fine. It was meant for a joke.
There he is, closing one eye, flicking out his tongue. And people just, they accept it. Talcott won't say anything. I know the excuses too. Well, Jack wasn't looking at the screen. And all the excuses will come out. This guy does it for so long. But it's okay. Most of you are excuse makers or oblivious or a combination of both. Most humans. You don't notice anything. So why do you deserve out of this realm then? Why? You can't even notice demonic behavior here. Why do you deserve out then?
Joke.
I got you.
One more than too many.
Oh, you know what? Everything is coming together. I'm glad you're here, my friend.
Indeed.
I was thinking about this, really. If you think about, if you can allow yourself to just accept that the example of Jesus, the character of Jesus, was the divine likeness of both God and man, right? So we were shown how to be. The perfect example was given to the world. And then I was thinking about how the devil might work, right? This oppositional force that wants to lead people from goodness. Well, the devil shows you his ways. It shows you what power.
And there's Frank again with the horns, demonic and goofing around. getting attention on camera. Does Talcott say anything? No, of course not. Because it's Frank. If I were doing the same thing, it would be entirely different.
Bring corruption can bring, right? It'll offer the rewards and the temptations. But I was thinking, especially in light of the good example that's already been, I was thinking about how the devil might work, right? This oppositional force that wants to lead people from goodness. Well, the devil shows you his ways. It shows you thinking about how the devil might work, right? This oppositional force that wants to lead people from goodness. Well, the devil shows you his ways. It shows you what power and corruption can bring, right? It'll offer the rewards and the temptations. But I was thinking, especially in light of the good example that's already been, I think God wants you and me to find our own way instead of the devil's ways. And the devil's way.
Goofing around, clowning, just over and over again. And it's all allowed. There's just silence, of course. Attention seeking, demonic, team evil Frank Moongay. Complete creep with one of the ugliest grills you'll ever find.
Ways that seem pretty obvious to me are this chase for wealth and power.
I know the things.
Well, the only way billionaires.
One of the tarot cards over one eye, Landry smirking. This is the way demons behave. Do I think most people see it? No, you don't. Most don't. Or they would have said something. Out of all the years I've been running my channel, very few of you, out of thousands of subs on all my channels, have ever called these creatures demonic. Very few. And I noticed that. Very few of you. Some of you were regulars on my channel. I never once, you'd make fun of Jack's forehead or this, but you'd never call them demons. I noticed a lot of stopping short of that. And then some of those people disappeared. They're no longer around. They don't come around anymore, which is fine. You can stop coming around. But I really don't think you see as much as you believe. I don't think you saw this world very clearly at all before you found my channel. I really don't. And I think some of you are in spiritual trouble because you don't get it. You don't get where you are. You just tuned in to be entertained.
Could have what they have as if the masses agreed that it was fair for them to have that. And see, I was considering this as well. It works to the oppressor's benefit for the masses to believe that violence is normal. See, as long as the masses believe that violence is whole, sovereign, complete, on its own, yet full in its nature, right? That's what holiness is, and love is that power of. Well, the only way billionaires could have what they have is if the mass. Well, I think God wants you and me to find our own way instead of the devil's ways. And the devil's ways that seem pretty obvious to me are this chase for wealth and power.
I know the things.
Well, the only way billionaires could have what they have is if the masses agreed that it was fair for them to have that. And see, I was considering this as well. It works to the oppressor's benefit for the masses to believe that violence is normal. See, as long as the masses believe that violence is normal, then there's going to be some superiority here, and punishment and war is accepted.
You're for violence, Jack. You made violent threats against me, but then when I called your bluff and called you out on it and offered to pay for you to come and try that on me, you backed out. On your channel multiple times, in public live, and in emails. You don't want it, but you like to pretend that you're this tough guy, which you're not. You're a little pissant. I'd step on you. But you're for violence when it's your temper. You're selective when it comes to it, aren't you? We saw you get tackled. You can't even run. You'd be pushed down to the ground. I could push you down with my pinky finger. You're a weakling. You're a loser. You're a big-mouthed, narcissistic psycho. That's what you are.
Sorry for interruption,
Well,
Sir Jack.
if I may,
I
if
have to,
I,
say-
if
I
I
have
may
to add
interrupt you,
something.
Snap.
I have to add something along with the lines of what Sir Jack Talcott mentioned just right now
Is it related
about
to what I was
normalization,
saying?
about normalization of violence. If you notice in our latest movies and shows, TV shows, for the past few years, we have noticed that they have normalized the violence a lot. Yes, there used to be a lot of violence back in the days in Hollywood. A lot of movies used to depict a lot of fights or used to show a lot of gore stuff, but nowadays it's just over the top.
Jesus Christ.
And we can notice it, right? There's a change in the entertainment industry which is affecting us subliminally in our minds. You agree with that, Sir Jack?
It exists. Yeah. It is part of the system. Frank, you were trying to jump in too. Please.
Well, I just wanted to point out that the idea that
No, Frank. I think Frank froze on us.
There he is. He's back. Frank, we missed that last part, Frank. Say it again.
Please.
No, my question is just this, that he says we're enabling your delusion somehow. And I would question that supporting the idea of stopping wars and bringing forth a better world is not delusional in any way. And
Hey,
so,
Frank Monday, it is not delusional at all because Sir Jack Talcott is the modern day Jesus. You have to realize it. How is it delusional?
It is we. I am nothing without others. That's what God has shown
Oh,
me.
yeah, that's
Scott, it's the living truth. It's how we are.
You're the living manifestation of Christ walking in 2026 today. You're the Christ of today.
Scott.
No, Jack, no. What prophecy came before you?
Can I please answer your objections, or you just want?
Sure.
Okay. Didn't Jesus say along the lines of that which you do to the least of these or the greatest of these, you do to me, right? He's within everyone. Every one of us has a light.
Don't deny that. Don't deny that. Okay.
Okay.
But I wouldn't invoke the name of Jesus as my own.
I am not. That's not what I'm doing.
I wouldn't radically try and deceive people into believing that I was some sort of manifestation of him or culmination of the scripture.
So there's Frank Moongay again, covering one eye. It's the
My
second.
own.
I
fan.
am not. That's not
Watch
what I'm
this.
doing.
I wouldn't radically try and deceive people into believing that I was some sort of manifestation of him or.
There he goes. Take a look, and there's the angry cop with his mouth open. His big mouth open. He's angry because he's angry every day. People call him a man of love and peace, and he's angry every fucking day. And there's Frank Moongay, one eye showing and covering one eye with that fan. Clowning to the camera. And it's all tolerated over there. But I get on there and say hello and I'm kicked off. Yeah, I almost said you have to notice the difference. Most of you don't notice the differences. I've been trying to get through to thousands of people, and there's a rare few that even notice that difference. So I just think most humans are a write-off. There's no teaching you, no reaching you. You just can't see, even when I spend hours and hours trying to show you this stuff. And you don't even see the importance of it. You just don't get it. You don't get what I'm doing. You're missing the point of my channel. And I've told people along the way that have been here for months, sometimes years, you're missing the point. You don't know what I'm doing. And you demonstrate it with your comments. If I went on Frank Moongay's show tonight, many of you would think, well, are you friends with him now? You're just functioning at a low fucking level, and I can't help you. I can't. I just can't help you.
I know.
Or culmination of the scriptures.
I know. Scott, there's lots of things you would not do.
It's blasphemous.
But if you allow me to explain and get to the point, maybe your objections are unnecessary. Because I really
Let's find out. Let's find out. I'm willing to figure this out. Let's hammer it out, dude. Are you Jesus?
Scott, I have been saying to the point, maybe your objections are unnecessary. Because I really
Let's find out. Let's find out.
To the point, maybe your objections are unnecessary. Because I really
Let's find out. Let's find out. I'm willing to figure this out. Let's hammer it out, dude. Are you Jesus?
Scott, I have been saying for a long time, it's not a me, it's a we.
We.
Right, yes, God is Yahoo, and we are we. Yes, you're getting
But what about Yahweh?
All right, Jack, if I may, fuck all Scott's happy horse shit. That doesn't lead really anywhere in any direction. And I want to bring forth a grievance that has laid on my heart for a long time between me and you. And it's this, that Jesus allowed Judas into his circle. He was one of the disciples and the apostles, right? And sometimes I feel that when I come here in particular, that I am walking on eggshells and that I tread a fine line with you somehow. And that if I bring forth my genuine truth, that I will be cast out and disassociated.
We all walk on the same thing. What's different about you? We all walk on the same.
Fucking feedback.
Hey, slow down there, cowboy. What's your problem? No, fuck yourself. It's cheaper. I'm going to charge you rent, bitch.
Guys, let's be
I didn't need him to go capping on me, you cocksucker.
Hold on.
If I may.
If you may, just be fucking polite, asshole.
I'm trying to be.
Scott, please tame.
I ain't going to take that shit, Jack.
Scott, please tame the bitch within you.
Yeah, you got your bitch right here.
Frank.
Okay, so real question, because I had discussed this just recently on my last transmission with Voyage Manuscript, that sometimes I do feel like
So that's Jack being respectful, being a life coach, being Jesus-like, getting someone to make a meme. Can you tame the bitch within you and putting it on the screen? How is that life coaching? How is that Jesus-like? How is that holy? How is that not rude? But that's what he does. When he does that stuff, people applaud. Anyway, it's fine. I don't expect do not expect most beings in this realm to ever get it or see. I don't. I think this is a realm of the walking dead, a realm of the spiritually blind, a realm of the spiritually fucked, demonic, gullible followers of evil. That's what I see. I think most of you are far more likely to trust these demons on the screen, most beings in this realm, than if you were sinking in quicksand and I reached out my hand and said, grab my hand, I'll help pull you out. You wouldn't trust me. That's the way a lot of you are. I've had former friends like that, where I tried to prevent them from harming themselves in certain ways and tried to say, don't do that. And they did exactly the thing. And they just didn't trust me. They showed in those moments, I don't trust you, Stephen. And then they got burned and started complaining. And I said, well, you didn't trust what I said. I was trying to help you prevent that from happening. You did it anyway. You showed your lack of trust. And it wasn't just one moment. And this is what humans do. You trust demons. Most of you worldwide follow demons. I can't help you. I've tried to show you demons, demonic behavior, ways to spot them. I put in tons of work trying to reach you. And most of you will, in the end, you'll follow demons. My efforts, for the most part in this realm, have been wasted on beings that will follow demons in a heartbeat. I could spend 10 more years trying to reach you, and it would take 2 seconds for many of you to follow a Frank Monday or a Talcott or a Nolan, or you name them, these ones on YouTube, or ones that are almost exactly like that in your personal life. You'd follow them because nothing really sinks in. You don't have an attention span. Most of you don't learn. You just follow. You don't think. You just follow evil. You don't think. You just follow. It's what you're good at.
I'm here that I am wandering within very constrictive parameters, and that other folks and other people will admit this, that other folks are allowed much greater leniency and
Wow. You saw the leniency he got with all his faces, and I would have been kicked off instantly. But he's letting on he's hard done by, and Jack's not lenient on Frank Monday. It's just incredible. I would have been kicked off within seconds, and he would have been applauding, saying, good, you kicked him, and insulting me. And that's the way it goes. Again, most of this is undetected by most beings on YouTube. You can't even see just the little bit that I just said. You don't deserve my help. Because this shit is simple. I would have noticed this as a third grader, the different treatment. And you can't do it.
waywardness in their violation of those things. And so as an individual coming here, because I am seeking redemption and I am here at the throne of Talcadia to request like intervention in my own thing, which I struggle with because I appreciate what you have done and the breakthroughs that you've made. And so I wonder, like, how do we mitigate that and how do we justify that? And
let me try and own and address a couple of those things.
Stupid prayer hands.
From you. And we got another guest in the back. I'll bring you up in just a moment. And Snafu, I want to bring you up, pal, but I don't think we're ready for you yet. You're welcome to stay or drop and come back, whatever you want to do, but nothing.
Answer Monday, and then I want to follow up.
Yeah, let me answer, because I recognize what you're saying is actually for probably many. And I recognize that is on me. One day I'm one way and I'm real tolerant with some people and very super short with other people who really didn't do anything wrong. I've recognized and I've seen my errors as well. A lot of times, honestly, though, it's been in hindsight because I feel so passionate about a hat, right? And I lose sight of where I am. Another part of this too, Frank, is
Jack feels so passionate about peace that he's a fucking prick to beings like me every time I show up. That's his excuse, because he's so passionate. No, you're just an angry, miserable, narcissistic psycho of a demon. That's all. Your behavior shows it daily. And a lot of you that watch my channel, a lot of you, I'd say minimum hundreds, if not thousands, can't see it, or you'll make excuses for Talcott. So my question to you is, why do you think you deserve out of this realm? You're defending demons. If you're a defender of evil, fucking miserable, gaslighting, narcissistic demons, abusive creatures, what makes you believe that you deserve out of here? Why do you think you don't deserve to stay here with creatures like this thing or these things on the screen? What makes you think that you should be allowed to run wild outside of Hell Realm when you support these things and you see nothing wrong with them? What audacity by you creatures to think that you deserve freedom when you're okay with these creatures? Essentially, you're saying, without really admitting it vocally, but you're still saying that you're okay with everything being a hell realm, all of eternity. because you think shit should be allowed out. You don't want the toxicity contained here. You want it allowed to spread everywhere. Because a lot of you would say, well, why would you seal Jack in here? I'm shaking my head. I can't help most of you. And that's something I've had to face and come to terms with. Most of you on Earth, I can't help you at all. I can't fix you. I can't help you. I can't give you morality, a moral compass. I can't give you awareness, the ability to see, to discern. You're lacking in so many ways. You're completely spiritually fucking broken. You're spiritually demonic. And if that hurts your feelings, too bad. It's what I observe. It is the truth. A lot of you will look at this shit and listen to it day in, day out, and you'll never call these things demons. There's a reason for that. Because I think you deep down relate with them. You're more like them than you are like me. That's what I think.
I see a lot of people with their goodness, right? And so what I had to learn is when I tried too hard. And in my efforts, I wasn't as good as when I really flowed with who I am. And Frank, you're beautiful. Not saying you have, but maybe I misunderstood. Maybe the timing, my mind was pointed somewhere else. And maybe you were trying too hard. I don't know.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
I own it.
Yeah. No, and let me respond to
Exactly,
this
Sir
real quickly. And sometimes, Jack, I fuck up, and I own that. And what I meant by that in genuine wholeness is that on my recent transmission, I may have fucked up in my articulation or calculation of how I understood that thing in the past. And so, thank you for that, man. I really appreciate that.
Much love.
Blessings.
We all have different stories.
Jack,
hang on.
Jack for the day. Peace and Jack.
Sorry, Scott. Thank you, Imperious. Welcome to you, brother. I think
Jack,
Scott
I love you. Jack, look, this Frank Monday guy, Jack. Look, he's transmission. He needs to transmit that.
Peace and Jack.
Jack,
Imperious, nothing else. They're just Peace and Jack.
The only thing that matters is Peace and Jack. Jack, Frank, you need to start listening and opening your ears to Jack Talcott's message. This is what will help you understand in your transmissions or whatever kind of robot thing you're talking about. But you need to listen to what Jack is teaching, because if you understood love and true love that Jack is providing, you wouldn't need all the bullshit that you're confused about.
Exactly, yeah.
Yet again, one eye, he's showing the pyramid. He's clowning around using occult symbols. And Jack is fine with it. He gets complete leeway and leniency to do this. It's all allowed. If I did anything even close to that, I'd be kicked off immediately.
Sir Jack, before I go, I have to ask you one question in regards to our few of our past members, which I haven't seen in your stream now. There was this meth head who used to consume a lot of drugs like meth, the homeless dude. What happened to him?
He's on sabbatical.
He's taking a break from YouTube. And
I forgot his name. What was his name?
We don't talk about him. That's the name we don't mention.
No, actually, I saw he was doing something last night and it got derailed.
He's Illuminati. He's Illuminati, right? Illuminati. Oh, that's it.
Is his name. And he's
That was Illuminati.
He's another guy that's misunderstood, and when he calms down and changes his mind about me, he's going to feel better about what's going on. So he's doing good. Thanks for asking, Noel.
Yeah, his name is Tommy, right? Tommy something. I forgot his name. Yeah.
We just said it.
What about the lawyer? The blonde and the ginger lawyer? I forgot his name. Used
We had a
with
ginger lawyer.
Lauren
extremely
Daly.
smart guy.
I have no idea. No idea. Please, Nolan, I'm not sure. Are you trying to catch up? Trying to catch up. You're remembering things from the past and
Glad to be
Sir,
back, Jack. He's back
sir,
in the fold.
sir, I'm not trying to catch up. I'm trying to hold your hands, the hands of Jesus himself.
Oh
Trying to
shit!
lean him back.
Rock and
What is
roll.
this guy? They're all talking about cheese, Jack. They're trying to impose their beliefs on you, Jack. This is bullshit.
well, it's misguided. It's not bad intended, I don't believe, but Nolan, the Christ is within you. That's what you're here to see.
Kingdom of heaven is within you, is what Jesus said, Jack. The kingdom of heaven is within you.
With the high priest, and the high priest bring Jesus into your being.
Once you find it in your own eyes, you can find it in another's. But if you can't find it in your own, it's going to be harder. And that's where I'll give Jack a little bit of credit here. And when you want to point it out in others' eyes, that's where I'll give you even more credit. So if I'm catching too many people imposing their will on you, and that's what it seems, but it's uncalled for, and it doesn't add to your message, in my opinion. And that's a humble opinion.
I can
Can I ask a
recognize.
question? A serious question, though, Jack. Can I ask a serious question to you? I'm looking in the chat, and Logical Spark is posting about another channel trying to direct people from here to a whore's channel, especially, Jack. This woman is a whore. RLM, she was literally an escort, Jack.
Hey, she's a nice lady.
No, Jack, she's
she
not,
got no
though.
effect
She's really
or
not.
page?
She's a very bad person, Jack.
So he's calling someone a whore. He's allowed to say that. One time I said idiots in the chat, and he just snapped on me. Again, this is the way it is. And this is accepted not just on Talcott's show, but in this realm. It's bigger than Talcott's shit show. And most of you accept this stuff. You don't even notice. You just brush it off, or you don't notice it at all. You just don't notice. You don't notice the different treatment, the double standards, the hypocrisy, the this, the bias, this, that, in this realm. So I have to say, then you're fit for this realm. You're oblivious. So why do you belong out of here? If you're oblivious and you can't pay attention, you can't focus, you're not moral, what makes you believe that you deserve out of this realm? Why? If you're like these creatures, why do you believe that you deserve out of here if you're like these creatures?
It's
I'm just link.
Yeah, well, no, she was an escort, not an OnlyFans model.
Trolling for viewers, maybe trolling for some guns.
I'm keeping out of this one.
It's okay.
I'm
God's
just saying,
got
I don't like
everyone-
people taking attention from Jack. Jack is the center.
You know what, Imperious? I can recognize and I really do appreciate you looking out for me, but I actually invite people. I don't mind cross promotion, even if it pulls away from me.
They were told not to mention my channel when Guru was on there and saying I was promoting my channel, which I wasn't doing. Again, different rules for different people. What was the other part I wanted to say? There's always so much in terms of analyzing this shit. Oh, yeah. I wanted to mention that Imperious creature is trolling Talcott, and he's just going along with it. He thinks that this guy's a genuine supporter, and he's a troll. And Talcott can't even see that much. He's a kiss-ass troll. Pathetic.
But I actually invite people. I don't mind cross promotion, even if it pulls away from me. People are going to do what they're going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going live in 13 seconds. Everybody come here. No, what the fuck is that, Jack? That's not right.
I don't care. People are going to do what they're going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And I'm going to focus on trying to share value the best ways that I did.
It's kind of a big deal
Wait,
too.
my
Like
turn.
Jack, I remember like when I first came over here in the very beginning, like immediately day one, you allowed me to promote my channel and say, "Hey, everybody, go over there and sub Frank Monday." I learned from you in that, like this whole panelverse experience. My very first experience, my incipient experience was Insanity Machine, like Queen Stephen or whatever.
Sandy Machine.
And then yeah, that brought me to Jack because like you were the primary
Yeah.
focus
All
of his
truth-
fucking
Truth will
criticism.
lead you to Jack.
Right?
Truth, truth
he
will
had-
lead you to
Stephen
Jack.
At that
Best King
time,
Stephen, man.
2 years ago, guys, if I may finish, let me land it. 2 years ago, he attacked like you without distinction more than anyone else. Like you were the absolute direct focus of his like claw. He's like this motherfucker, and what a thing, right? Like any discerning person could see the difference. I mean,
Most people can't see the difference. They can't see what Talcott is in 2 years. I didn't attack Jack Talcott. I exposed him. Nolan got all excited when my name was mentioned. Frank Monday admitted that he promoted his channel the first time he was there. No one watches you, Frank, to this day. You do live streams. You're live for an hour and you have one viewer. No one cares about you. No one could stand you. No one goes to your channel to watch you live, Frank. No one. I exposed Talcott so many times over the years, but there's so few beings in this realm that are capable of understanding anything. You're just foobar. You're at the level of these creatures. And I don't care if you get recycled or end up here at this point. You've chosen that. You've chosen to follow shit. You choose shit, then deal with it. Deal with it.
It was fascinating. Oh, Chuck, I'm glad you're here, buddy. You're actually welcome. Who was that? Someone was.
That's Chuck. That's Chuck.
Chuck pays Jack money every month for his membership club. I'll put it up on the screen for you. Right there. Recurring payment. They'll bill you every month. For years. Paying him a little bit of money every month for years, and then plus Chuck's donations over the years. For what? To be shat on by Jack and insulted. I'm not a fan of Chuck, obviously. He's an old weirdo. But he's a fool. He pays Jack all the time, and he gets nothing out of it. Nothing. Our Pole has been a member for 30 months, paying him money every month. For what? For a wrench in his chat where he feels powerful as a little incel that hides his voice and face and never goes live on any panels because he's a coward? Pathetic. But a lot of humans are pathetic. You're pathetic followers of demons. It's what you are, because it's what you do.
Look, Chuck there, Jack. Isn't Chuck one of your like love-hate relationships where he kind of tries to abuse you, but he loves you and can't leave you alone either?
Yes, he may be. I could look and see. Holy cows! And there's our poll comparing. Been around a long time. 30 months there, and Chuck has been around for a long time. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question for Frank.
Chuck from Tennessee.
Has anyone ever told you you look like the scientist from the first human centipede and sound like him as well?
Look at the stupid prayer hands. In all this time of them talking that I've recorded, have they said anything meaningful? Anything. Anything at all.